That's it. Forget it. Oh boy. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. All right. Oh my god. I will tell you guys the story of what has happened today. 1 second. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy. How is everybody doing tonight? Welcome on in. We got some changes, that is true. I was really hoping that all of them would be put in place. I mean, for starters, the microphone is a little different. Astro Beard, good to see you on in here. Lux, hello, hello, hello. Kazuari, Kenny, good to see you both. By the way, is there text to speech? Text to speech comes up with bits. That is when I have the text to speech enabled on here. So yeah, it's a bit of a different stream. Well, not a different stream, but just there's gonna be some hiccups tonight. I guarantee you that. For restarters, I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and tonight is still astronomy based, but there are some hiccups that are kind of going on. That's a hiccup.
Can I follow? Oh, I ask you, why not always? Be the ocean, where I unravel be my own. Be the water when I'm waiting near my river running higher on deep. Run wild, I follow. I follow you, deep sea baby. I follow you, I follow. I follow you, dark and honey. I follow you, be a message. I'm the runner, the rebel. I'm the daughter waiting for you near my river running higher on deep. Run wild, I follow. I follow you, deep sea baby. I follow you, I follow. I follow you.
Thank you, Lux, for the 100 bits. Hopefully that came out loud enough. Like I said, some of the stuff is a little weird today. And I do apologize, and that shouldn't have come up like that. You didn't hear anything. All right. We'll get you sorted out. I will replay that. Oh, lordy. Where? Why? What happened there? Desktop audio. Oh yeah. RIP everything. It's just, you think you have everything in place. You think you got everything working, and then things change up. So for starters, I mean, not even for starters, for continuing, this would be the position for BlueStacks, which would be running the ASI Air. BlueStacks keeps giving me the blue screen of death. I don't want that. We don't need that. So, where is the audio coming out of? Alright, because I could hear it. I could hear the... No, now we have double music. Okay, you heard the bits, but they're very muffled. Alright. Because it's not showing my... Alright, let's go. Everybody who's making a sound right now. I won't even show that. Well, you know, they say you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, and I have broken them all. Let's see. God, here, a sound effect for. We hear that, right? That seems to be coming up. So why were the bits so low? So low. All right, also, how does the audio sound just in general? I know it's probably a little more hollow than previous than previous weeks. But just been playing around with things. Currently I'm using the microphone for the Kinect because for some reason my regular microphone didn't want to work at all. Couldn't get it to work for the life of me. And I plugged it into so many different areas of the computer, and some were they weren't even inputs. I just plugged it in there to see what would happen. But a little bit of a change, a little bit of a rejigging of how this is looking there. Let's see, how does that look? So that's like I said, the BlueStacks is not. It's causing a blue screen of death, so I got to figure out why it's doing that. There are reports on how sounds like you need a carpet to fix the sound. Yeah, I'm in a kitchen, and there's tiles everywhere, and a refrigerator just over here. So many buttons have changed positions on here, and it's not until you get into it. So yeah, today is going to be a little different. Today is, I was really hoping. I mean, I'm still worlds ahead of where I was the other day, where things were yesterday. It wasn't looking. It was looking weird. Caffeine Daydream, hello, how you doing? Kazuar, you here for your star named Sunny? Well, that is it's good to see you guys in here, and with everything that's going on. I mean, there's been some upgrades, there's been some changes, and that doesn't always equate to a smooth transition. I think it's probably going to be a few streams until I get everything all ironed out. Your skies are terrible, and you got a perfect clear night on a 1% moon. So your seeing is bad. So yeah, we got clouds. We have all the clouds in the world. -5 degrees. We're at 1 degree tonight, I think. 4. This. I don't know about you, but we got snow forecast for tomorrow and pretty much the rest of the week. I don't know how far along that snow is how far my way things are gonna go. But yeah, we'll see how that's going to turn out there. Let's see. I also need to. Skies are cloudy until the 1% moon on the 11th. I had a forecast showing that Wednesday was going to be nice and clear all night. And that has like wildly changed. So we will. I'll keep an eye on that. And if Wednesday does end up being clear, like last night was clear for like an hour, and I was about to get everything set up, and then just fog started rolling in. So I was kind of happy that I didn't get everything going there. Ed Holt. Ed, how are you doing? Cover looks like a ghost. Well, that was its Halloween. That was kind of like its Halloween costume, and it's developed a personality of its own. It had a mustache for Movember, so we figured let's just leave it. It's got its own little personality. It's better than just the white cover sitting on top of the scope there. So I figured we'll give it a whirl. Alright, I'm getting some double audio here. No, it's even worse. Maybe better. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, it's going to be a lot of testing. Now it's great. The sound improved a lot. What did I do? When did it... Is it still good? Is it still great? Because I did... The music is meant to be quiet. And muffled in this scene. So it's not like overpowering. Oh, now I'm seeing it peaking again on here. Alright. Nope, sorry. My apologies. Didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. It's been quite the day. It's been quite the weekend already, and it's just barely the end of Saturday. We're gonna get through this. This is gonna work. We have, like I said, there has been some changes, and for the better. Have I seen Trevor's new video? I haven't. I saw that it was premiering earlier on. I didn't get a chance to watch it. I was trying to take care of all this. Thank God for the weekend. Yes, and coffee. I also have some, because I've moved the laptop out of the way. Got some coffee. Now I got more desk space, although I've lost a lot of desk space. So I think there's going to be some things. All right. I noticed that when you drop those bits, it did activate the infrared cam, and that was nowhere in the position where I left it. So I think I got the blue screen of death as I was like in the middle of changing some things in here. So I think there's probably going to be a lot of areas with the camera that it's not going to be lined up. Oh boy. Stayed up super late, got 5 hours sleep, and then I had to get up because of the tire appointment. Now about to have some breakfast, lunch, finally. You know, well deserved at like breakfast, lunch. We at like 4 in the afternoon now? Or are you farther out west? Oh, Trevor did a collab. It was with Nico Carver. I do have to watch that. I feel like I've also been behind on a lot of just regular fun videos. You know, it's been a lot of how to fix this, how to sort this out, how to make sure. Okay, he's doing the collab. All right, not yet. But yeah, just how to make sure everything works. Yeah, where is this? Let me see. Because also, I mean, my TTS is going to change as well. It's going to be away from Stream Elements. I will get that kind of integrated within, through the ORN board, through some other things, and you know, we'll get there. We will get there. Waiting to receive a tracking number to watch this week for my new quartz secondary, and then should be back to imaging. Excellent. Good to hear that you'll be back on the imaging train there. I know a lot of people have been anxiously awaiting any kind of product, any kind of equipment to come in, any clear skies to roll out. It's been frustrating. You know, even like I said last night, there was the hopes and possibilities that there being some clear skies, and then that just went to pot so quickly. And that was like the only time, and I felt bad for not being able to get the stream rolling in time, and not even be able to get out there and have everything unpacked quick enough, or at least the weather wasn't staying clear long enough to get some imaging coming through. So we'll keep an eye out on the weather. It doesn't look promising for at least the next week, which is annoying. However, there's some ideas that are rattling around in my head, things that I want to do with this upgraded unit, and being able to use a little more PC intensive programs and upgrade to Universe Sandbox with the better graphics, and also just being able to edit some video and change things up a little more. I haven't even put Space Engine or Universe Sandbox, Space Engine, not Universe Sandbox, on here yet. It's just been, it's always fun to start repopulating a computer and reinstalling programs and kind of getting everything to where you want it. And it turns out that a lot of everything of where what I thought I was going to do with any changes, nothing really moved. They're really we have a little bit of a change here with this scene. No longer is everything kind of sitting on the bottom. I will have everything, kind of moving out into this way. Just change it up a tiny bit. Same idea with our three main screens. And yeah, we'll make things work. So that one the collab will follow on from his new video. I do have to watch that video. I'll check that out probably later tonight. I'm just gonna, even maybe tomorrow. I think tomorrow I have to just completely shut off from any extra PC, any extra work on the computers, because it's been, even with work, it's been nonstop. Gabariu, how are you doing? Welcome on into the observatory. Let's see, so the video is how to get good astrophotos under $1,200 is the new video. I mean, there are some cheap options and some. I'm gonna watch it because I don't know what he's covered. It looked like, I think from an image he was showing like a cheaper camera, and a star tracker. So it's just like it's relatively a low budget option to get into there. So I'm gonna check that out. If not tonight, tomorrow morning ish. Cold Russian and warm African clouds are colliding just above your place, directly above your place. That's incredible. Doing good? Excellent. So always wanted to get into astrophotography. You want a badass telescope. Well, welcome on. We do talk about astrophotography and all sorts of things relating to astronomy and just, what kind of cameras we like to use. And yeah, it depends on really what your end goal is going to be for astrophotography. We have out in the back, it is an 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien telescope, and it is wonderfully covered up, so there isn't a lot to see at the moment. So when we do have clear skies, we do live imaging, and we do have this. I think I have to flip my camera or move. I'm going to move these over because I feel like I want to point with my left hand over there. So I'm probably going to move me and the screens over. Ever spot anything interesting? Always. everything is always interesting. Actually, this image that we have right here, this is of the Tadpole Nebula. It's one of our images that we have taken with the. This was with a. Yeah, this was with the 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien telescope. I have. We've done a lot of images. This was of the Christmas Tree Nebula. So tons of interesting things that we've seen here. It is a wonderful universe we live in, and there's no shortage of interesting things to see. Right now, the way how my back garden is positioned, we are looking out into interstellar space. We're looking more at galaxies now at this point in the season, and probably not until early in the morning hours that we will be getting some of the Milky Way band kind of coming up back up over the house there. So it's a lot of galaxies right now, but we do try to get some some areas of nebulosity, globular clusters or globular clusters, depending how you want to pronounce them. I think you should resize the screens a bit. I think it's going to be a work in progress, or I mean, it is definitely a work in progress. Can't wait to spend days on Markarian's chain this spring. Same. I think that's one of the ones that I want to have the wide field scope attached on the rig to be able to get Markarian's chain. But then again, also really zooming in on it and maybe, pipe dreams of doing a large mosaic on that section. That'd be really, really cool. April for me is core focused. Yeah, for the most, I have to check on Stellarium and see what's coming up when. And you got a rather badass mount. Every mount is going to be. You can do what you can with it and make it as badass as possible, and just try to. Sometimes we got to work with what we got there. James Vade! James, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Tier 2 for 4 months. Holy potatoes, dude. Thank you very much for the resub. 4 short months. That's time flies. And I really feel like, once again, more things I got to switch up here. The Heart Nebula here is in the way. Subbed on the first day. That's it. Your sub anniversaries are very indicative of where we're at with things. So thank you very much. Thank you for sticking around for so long, and appreciate you coming on in here. We have some gremlins in the system at the moment, and I noticed that there wasn't any sound that popped out there. Let's see. I want to get this. You could hear the heartbeat, right? Yes. All right. And you couldn't. Oh, boy. All right. You guys are in the way. You go over there. You sit over there. There we go. We'll get this sorted. I will. We have no choice. It'll happen. Mooncat 45, how you doing? Stargaze last night. I was surprised at how many satellites I saw, including the Starlink ones. Do you think it will affect astronomy in the future? I feel like there will be some kind of an impact. The only thing we can really hope is that a lot of these satellites that are going to be going up aren't going to be as reflective as, say, like the Iridium satellites, where you would get that flash as they passed over and were reflected by the sun. Starlink is going to be a fair issue because he's launching what? He wants 12,000 of these satellites just for Starlink up around the globe. So, that is going to be an issue. So we only hope that everybody who is putting up satellites for now, they're going to take into account any ground-based astronomy. We can't always have our own personal telescope orbiting the Earth. We all can't be logging into the Hubble telescope to be taking images. So I think satellites are still going to satellites are going to cause an issue. Space junk as well. Pardon me. It gets littered up there. You got almost no problems with Starlink, but after stacking, but the bigger ones, the older satellites are hard to stack out. Yeah, it is. I really have, aside from seeing the Starlink train going overhead when they were first launched, I haven't really been impacted. I haven't had this long swaths of satellites. Even when we're doing the imaging on here, it's we haven't really had any satellites roll on through here, which is good. The only satellite you want to see is the International Space Station. I like watching it go over as well. It's just, I also like to see what people do for capturing the International Space Station, whether it's transiting the moon or or just a clear shot of it. I'm confident that satellite that we did see down there with that image is just a regular satellite. I love how every satellite is a Starlink, yet they're so small compared to the others. Yes, Starlinks are really tiny. It was that first round that were just highly reflective that got everybody's back up. And even before, I can remember, if you're in a dark enough sky, you can easily see satellites kind of going over. And this was long before Starlink when I was seeing that. So, it's going to be, they're always going to be up there. We need the satellites. It's just part of our everyday lives now. So it's more of just being able to cope with them, and hopefully that everything is going to work out. And so not hopefully everything is going to work out, is that those who are putting up satellites are going to make them as with as little reflection as possible, so that it's not going to impact a lot of ground-based astronomy, which is all we can really hope for right now. Also, usually only at the start and the end of the night when the sun can still illuminate them. That's true too. I mean, if you're still in civil dark or nautical dark, there's still going to be you're still going to get a lot of reflection coming off the objects there. Diatom's attack! Hello! 31,000 kilogram asteroid rolling in. Hello. It is very low sound. I know we are dealing with some issues here. Not issues. We are dealing with a transition. We are into a new phase of things. I'm streaming at 1080p, aiming for some 60 frames per second. But yes, welcome on in. A microscopic raid. Tensor Cat, Jurgling, hello, hello, hello. Mama Bon Bon, good to see you on in here. Attack of the 31-foot Diatom. Welcome on in. Putsy! Putsy! Celtic Raven, hello. Hello, everybody. Holy potatoes. Now the song is just amplified. Yeah, that was the wrong choice. Oh boy. Hey, listen. How's it going, everybody? Good to see you on in here. We are trying out some new equipment, and it isn't always working. Light and Lens. Love to see me some Astro. Yes, well, hey, glad to see you guys on in here. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and when we have clear skies, we are taking live images of outer space. However, as you can see up in the top right corner, we don't have clear skies at the moment. I am in the east of England, and we are very much prone to clouds. Putsy, you're going to be leaving the PC on. You'll be back in a bit. Market run as usual. All right, have a safe trip into the market. We will catch you in a bit. Diatoms, how has your stream gone? How was the stream tonight? Hopefully you guys had a better time than I've been having at the moment. There you go, guys. Give a follow over to. We saw a spiny edamame. I love how crazy, just how amazing the diatoms look, and just everything that you find in a tiny little sample. That's not true. I'd imagine that wouldn't be, but it looked like an edamame bean. There you go, guys. If you aren't following Diatom's attack, give it a follow using an electron microscope. In the micro, we do the macro. Diatoms does the micro. Putsy has an amazing channel and all sorts of crazy effects and all sorts of fun things. Play with his lights. Play with his sounds. What you got new? I've had stuff on back order since August. Mostly the new thing is tech based. This was something I was trying to take advantage of to try and do some upgrades, so we don't have problems with the internet cutting out, and so we actually are able to have some higher definition broadcasting for here. None of that. Everything that's still coming in is still focused on astronomy tools, on kit for that. This was an outside purchase. This was not in any way I used any funding from this site. But yeah, we have an improved PC that we're streaming from. And that was more of something that I was already had on the back burner because I am a graphic designer. I do some video production as well, so I do try to I push my equipment fairly far, and the old laptop was it's reaching the end of its serviceable life. It will probably maybe still work as a second PC for streaming, and which I might actually end up doing that because my the BlueStacks, which usually runs this over here, is causing a blue screen of death. I gotta fix that out. I gotta figure that out. But yes, usually when we're looking up at the night sky, we get images like the Rosette Nebula. These are some of the previous images that we've taken with a large 8-inch telescope. And the Rosette Nebula is like one of my favorite areas of the night sky, just because it looks absolutely amazing, for starters. And just the sheer scale of things. And with that center area being 30 light years in diameter, and the whole structure itself being 130 light years in diameter. So we're only getting a small portion of this nebula. There's another section of the Rosette Nebula. When you get back to Canada, let me know, and I'll point you to the wicked cool company to supercharge that if you want. I use a company called Origin if you want to check them out. I will definitely keep that in mind. District 10 Mushrooms, thank you for the follow. Welcome on into the observatory. Marcy Popsis, my apologies, I missed that that follow in there on the raid. Thank you very much for coming in. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. From our perspective, what is the arc size of this? I would have to get back to you on that. We are shooting at 980 millimeters. If that helps out any bit there. Let's see, where is Stellarium? Oh, look at that! I'm gone. Where'd my face go? And as I'm doing this, I realize that I haven't, I have yet to, let's come back to here for a second. Old balls. Pops, how you doing? Welcome on in. The camera I'm using is the ZWO ASI 533. And I've said before that it's like one of the best purchases I have ever made. And yeah, I love that camera. It's done some great things, and it'll continue to do a lot more interesting things for us in the future. Put simple, my 6-year-old PC still rates in the top 10 of the various 3D VR desktop PCs. When I got it, it fell into the top 1%. I think when I got my laptop, it was up there. I think it was kind of like on that cusp of just before a lot of the new RTX cards were starting to come out and being put into other into the PCs. So it was like just on the cusp of greatness there. But yeah, it still works out great for from other things there. But yeah, it'll serve its purpose. But this new PC is going to, as long as I can keep everything working without everything giving me a blue screen of death, we are good to be changing some things up here. DJ Teo, hello, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. My apologies, my alerts are not where they should be. Yeah, let me see. Let's go back to, let's do this. Music. Music is still working. Prinzlikowski, let me butcher that name. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. I am, just trying to get, please, audio. All right. Okay. Audio. I see that coming out. I can't hear it. That's okay right now. But yes, DJ Tail, thank you very much for joining the observatory. Welcome on in. Prinzikowski. If I'm butchering that, I do apologize. If there is something short you'd like to go by, let me know. Welcome on in. Appreciate you guys for the follow. Got to step away, get dinner rolling. Be on later if you're still around. Celtic Raven, thank you very much. We will. Yeah, I'll be on this. I need to be on as long as possible before anything kind of craps out here. But hopefully, it's going to work. Let me know. Does this sound? How does this sound? Did you hear that one? That sound come through there? Celtic Raven, holy potatoes, thank you! Thank you very much. Oh, audio, where did you go? Thank you, Celtic Raven, thank you very much for the gifted subs. To Caffeine Daydream, to Lux, to Lost Prophet, to Goofer, and to Architufus. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're very, very kind. Thank you. Welcome on in. Those who are new to the channel. Thank those who are who now have new emotes. You know, the Heart Nebula, the Heart emote. That is the newest. That was our 5th emote that we did get unlocked, and it finally was approved after like a week later. And yeah, it's quickly become my favorite emote because everybody else has a heart. Ping you later if you missed it. If you missed it this week, no worries. Thank you very much. Appreciate that immensely. Thank you so much. So adorable. Hello, Pookie. How you doing, darling? And your sub ran out on Friday. Poggers. Look at that. There you go. Oh, just trying to fix up audio. All right, let me see if I can fix this up for a second. But yes, guys, I appreciate you guys coming in. Coming into the stream and hanging out with me. Yeah, it's what do you use as a soundboard? I did have voice meter on the laptop, and I haven't put that on here yet. And clearly, there have been some audio cues that haven't transferred over too well. But we'll get there. But again, wow, appreciate that. The 5 gifted subs. That's very kind. Yeah, I think I really was hoping that the weather was going to hold up at some point, but you know it doesn't always go according to plan. But you know, with streams like this, like I said, there are some new changes that are going to be going on. Let me see if I can get bring back Stellarium, because that has changed up a bit as well. There was I don't know if it was an update, but everything is there's much more detail in Stellarium now. So we're not just looking at some very low resolution images there. Let's see if we can get oh, hello. Let's just do that for a quick second. We'll keep me in there. Cut that off. It's fine. But yeah, Stellarium has changed up quite a bit there. I forgot you asked, what's your forecast for next week? Next week is looking to be fairly red all week. Angelic Popcorn, Prince Zakowski. Welcome on in. Yeah, it's looking... Yeah, it's not looking like the best weather. Let's see, what do we got here for... I'm going to turn off the atmosphere. What I noticed like right away was A, it's a lot smoother. With things. I downloaded it again. I don't know if there was a update or what, but you know, kind of even coming into the North America nebula in this area of the night sky, these images are updated as well. It's just everything seems that much smoother, that much nicer coming into Stellarium. I haven't even put in the telescopes and the sensors in here yet, so we really can't illustrate exactly what it is we're looking. Even the Cocoon Nebula, they got that in there now. You know, this is a nice upgrade to the program. We have shot the Cocoon Nebula before. I would have to check in our archives and see if we actually have it in there still. Ooh. Willem 28. Welcome on into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing tonight? For those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I'm the Astro Canuck. And we look at space as often as possible. So most of the time we want to look at live space. However, we'll take tours of the universe. We will look at different areas of the night sky in Stellarium in a view from my back garden in the east of England. And that is another thing I need to add, because this nice open forest is not exactly my back garden. So I do have to update that at the moment. But you know, to be able to just seeing this a little more of a buttery smooth view of space here. There you go. There's some ideas of what we're looking at. Even being able to see the nebulosity, the Barnard's Loop around Orion. You know, that's new to Stellarium for me. It just seems that there's just that little bit extra detail being put in here, which is good, because now we're not looking at some, here is where this object could be. Yeah, so I don't know if it was just the older version of Stellarium that I hadn't updated it, but here we are. We got some updated options. All right. Let me see here. I need to check something out. Yeah, I don't know what it. Some problems with the sound. I had sound working alright before. Let's see, do we see some peaks coming up here? Okay, we kind of heard that. OBS audio issues? You got no idea. Well, I mean, you got a fair idea. Let me see here. I'm testing one zoom lens, so I think my next clear night is going to be Andromeda before it goes to west, M31 at 135 millimeters. Oop, messed that up. So 135 millimeters. Probably have it to be about maybe about that size maybe in your sensor. Look too bad. Alright, so let me try something else here. How does this sound? With Willem replaying their follow. You heard that. Alright. Just want to replay one of the latest subs. Oleska. Hello. Sounds good to you? Alright, cool. Alright, I'm gonna replay this one sub because again this is a little bit of a new system that's kind of rolled out today. I kind of delayed a stream last night to be able to have some things going on here. Let's see how this sounds. Better, warmer, closer. That was a replay. For some reason it did it twice. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Alright, we're getting there. We're gonna get there. But yeah, we are... I think I'm happy with where things are at right now. Actually, music seems a little loud. There you go. We'll go with that, and then we'll iron some other things out later on. But yeah, what I also tried to get sorted out was to get Photoshop sorted out there as well. I think that is working. We'll check that out in a minute there. That would be a cool smelly fart vision. No. That is more of an effect of a supernova, of a star exploding. We have imaged the remnants of a supernova. That was that's labeled as M1, the Crab Nebula. Where do we have that there? There we go. This is what the remnants of a supernova looks like. This is an image we shot of the Crab Nebula a few weeks ago. Probably even like a couple of months ago at this point now. This was first witnessed in 1054 AD by Chinese astronomers. And it was kind of labeled as a guest star because when a star explodes, its brightness increases a billion-fold essentially, and you're able to see a star during the day. And this star was much brighter in the night sky, visible during the day. I think it was over a period of about 300 some odd days that they could still see it. And this is over about 1,000 years later. This is the progress that star has made. It is 6,400 light years away. So we are seeing it as it was. By the way, how long can your guide cam take exposures for? The guide cam can go for about 5. The exposures on the guide cam really go for about 5 seconds, I think, but before it starts to refresh. If that's what you're, or is that how long can? Yeah, that's what it is. The guide cam is about 5 seconds for the longest exposure. There should be a site for Astro people to connect and use each other's telescopes during the day while the other guy's asleep on the other side of Earth. There are remote telescope sites that there's Telescope Live that has the option to do that. Use the Oceanside Photo and Telescope. They're going to be having they have telescopes out in the desert that you can rent out there. There we go. Skyless loves some flat earthers there. I mean, yeah, if we can have more access to telescopes for like back for casual astrophotographers who want to be able to have some good views, being able to get data from with Space Fab, where are they along with that? With getting their telescope rolling there. Because yeah, to be able to image night or day, and like I said before, even kind of setting up Star City, you know. As far as like something that they're going to be free, I mean, if it's going to be free, it's more of something you're just going to be able to observe other people taking the images of those objects, because it's not always going to be. I know that the website Slooh, SLOOH, used to have free views of their scopes while they're running, but they quickly changed that all into a subscription-based service, and you can't even really look at them for free. And that's a bit of a that kind of stinks a little bit, because I think it was nice to be able just to look at what was kind of coming through on the telescope. If you weren't going to be able to contribute to use the data, it's nice just to be able to look at what's kind of coming through. So that is, if there's an Astro City somewhere, redacted. We won't mention that. But yeah, if having a free scope available to be just to watch is also cool as well. So that's what we like to do on here. Is when we this image is something that we have taken on this. Delete the bot. Shh. What are you doing up? Yes, we like to take images of outer space, and I would like to share these images with you guys. And it's Twitch is free. You don't have to. There's no requirement to be paying anything on here. As I said before, it's always greatly appreciated. It's any income that comes in from this site goes towards astrophotography gear, and right now what we're looking at is to kind of use this money to get another filter, get a better broadband light pollution filter that isn't going to cause a lot of headaches. Whereas the current one that we're using, it's repurposed, it's kind of rejigged to be able to get broadband images of space. Pardon me, but it's not the best kind of filter that I could be using right now. So that's what we are working towards, and that's where the whole that sub goal that we got coming in here. With that's just for we reach that, and that way I know we're going to be getting a new filter. But again, this whole channel, everything we're doing, it's a marathon. We're not in a rush to get anywhere. Space isn't going anywhere. I mean, at least I hope not. But we're gradually. I think right now I like where things have started to go with the new layout and the new PC. But that's also a bit of almost a sidestep, almost, and a little bit back. So there is going to be some changes that got to come up there. My bits for the coffee. No L something filter. All right, that'll be for coffee. Let me replay that. See if I actually replay this, because you do not deserve to be gypped out of out of memeing.
I beg you, can I follow? Oh, I ask you, why not always? Be the ocean, where I unravel, be my only, be the water where I'm waiting near my river running higher on deep, run wild I follow you deep sea baby, I follow you I follow you dark doom honey, I follow you he a message, I'm the runner he the rebel, I'm the daughter waiting for you you're my river running higher on deep, run wild I follow you deep sea baby, I follow you I follow you.
It's DMC, but you can listen to it muted. What's the title of the song? Alright, I'll check that out in a minute. Only 250 million views. That's all. That's fine. That's no biggie. Alright, actually, let's see how the Crab Nebula looks in Stellarium. I'm thinking. It's never good. Alright, there's a little top and bottom comparison of the image in Stellarium of the Crab Nebula and our image of the haha, there we go. Stellarium, us. Stellarium, us. That's not the wonky thumb either. That's this hand. There you go. That is our shot of the Crab Nebula. This is also a screenshot, so it's not even the best. This was I want to say this was a 16-minute exposure of the Crab Nebula. So this was our image of the supernova remnant. We try to do images that are about 10 minutes in length just to kind of get the image out there so you guys aren't waiting around. But at the same time, if there is a nice bright object, or a really interesting object that's going to benefit from a little bit of longer exposure, then we'll do it. We'll get some really cool images coming through. And I never imaged the Crab Nebula before this season. I made an attempt once, and that was with my my Celestron 127 SLT, which is a weighty Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, and I put it on my Star Adventurer. And the Star Adventurer didn't really hold up that well with it. I barely got any kind of information. Nothing like what we're seeing right now. You know, this is with an astronomy dedicated camera. So yeah, it's designed to take images of outer space, much more sensitive than this camera that we're shooting with right now. Yeah, maximum 30 seconds, if that. I mean, I was also shooting at 1500 millimeters. So at what point I think I had, it was probably maybe 10 seconds I was going with there. There was it was just a gray smudge. It really, maybe only the core that I could see out of there. You know, nothing like these details that we're getting there. Gray smudge is better than no smudge. That's true. At least I was able to. I was just impressed that at that focal length, I was able to get the Crab Nebula manually in the frame somewhere. I don't know if it's on. I don't even think it's on this hard drive that I have attached to the computer right now. But there is an image that I do have of the Crab Nebula from that. I'd have to go look into it. I think it's on one of the other hard drives there. Have you seen the review of the new Astro features in Infinity Photo? Someone posted it in Team Discord. I have not seen the latest with Infinity Photo. I have been out of touch with that system there, with that program. Sorry. Is it on their Discord, or does someone drop it on ours? Team Discord. If you have the link to their Discord, drop it in there. Let me know. We're always happy to join other channels and see what people are talking about there. Oleska, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. Glad to have you in here with us. That is the next thing I do have to update, is the alert, because that is the old tech that I have from like the first day. The sound, however, it's not just an arbitrary sound I picked. That is the signal, the hello signal that had come back from the Juno spacecraft that sent from when it was at Jupiter. So that is a science-related sound. It's not just a random beeps and blips. So I need to get something a little more appropriate. I think I do have some satellite imagery that we can kind of have across the screen or something like that. Something fun. Alright, cool. I'll leave that in this. Well, that's in my history now. I'll give that a 15 minutes, eh? Alright, cool. No, thank you. Thank you for dropping that in there. I always like to see what other programs are doing to try to make astrophotography a little more accessible to people as well, because you can make it as easy or as difficult as you want it to be. And if there's any chance that you can kind of make it a little easier to use, a little more user friendly, to be able to, for someone who's just casually interested in just dipping their feet into astrophotography, and you don't want to spend a lot of money on the equipment there. And then, for the most part, if you have a DSLR camera and a tripod, you're good to go right off from that point. You can get some decent wide field images. And with the patience, you can start to build up an interesting image there. And yeah, if it's something that's really interesting, you want the challenge for things, you can start moving up to different types of mounts. I think I started off with an automatic go-to telescope, and it was Alt-Az, and it would just up and down, left and right, and it's great for observing. It's great for just having it automatically pick out the targets, and you get a rough idea where things are in the night sky. But then if you want to move on to a star tracker, like a little small, like a Skywatcher Star Adventure or an Optron Star Tracker or Sky Tracker, it's a great point to realize exactly if this is something you want to do. You're still not going to be shelling out a lot of money, but it's a fair chunk of change you're going to be putting out if you are really going to get into it. Astrophotography, mate, how you doing? It is raining, and it's raining with threatening of snow. Where'd my camera go? There we are. So yeah, we'll see how the weather holds up. It's not looking promising for the rest of the week. I don't do Astro stuff. Don't have the money to buy the stuff. Don't want to dive too deep into this. But images look so awesome. I just like to look. Well, then, happy to have you on in here. This is the main part. Is what we do is we look at interesting images of the night sky. and leave it to me to spend the money on equipment there. And we get to one of my favorites here that I always love to share, and that is of the Andromeda Galaxy. This is what we like to share on the channel. For those who don't have the opportunity, and those who just may not even want to get into it because it might be frustrating, then this is what we do. We share the night sky with you guys. And we're looking at our closest galactic neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy, and this has been one of my favorite shots of the last few months. And I love to share this one at any chance we get. You're all good. Astrophotography, just snow as expected. Bought an EFW, so you might be the reason. What province are you in? I am in England, actually. I am Canadian. I've been living in the east of England for the last 10 years now. And you're in the middle of Edmonton. You got about $30,000 worth of gear. Haven't broken out in 7 years due to kids and time to set up. That's a tough one. Can only hope that if you can get like a semi-permanent setup for it, then that can start to take away a lot of the time and easy the time to kind of convince yourself that I'm not going to set up now. It's just taking too long. Just get rid of the kid. Well, that's what 7. You said 7 years due to kids, so you got at least another 5 years until they can be left without supervision. Your yard has about 10 feet of usable room. Well, my back garden is not much different. It is tiny in there. There you go. Yeah, teach the kids to get everything set up for you. That's why people have kids, right? To set up their equipment, mow the lawn. And just jumping back to the Luxy saying the sequitur stacking is really good for even some deep sky objects and not just low focal length. That's through talking about deep sky stacker and Pixin site. That is the cover is the Telegizmos 365, and I was reluctant on just how much it was going to cost, but for the sake of being as dry as it's kept the scope out there, and I think it's great. I think it's actually a fantastic little investment just to be able to, not having to worry about, setting up a whole series of bin bags and blankets to keep the scope safe from the elements. It's helped out with setup time. Like I'm ready to start imaging within 25 minutes, if even less, depending if there's absolutely no gremlins. So yeah, I really, really recommend if anybody does want to get a telescope cover to spend that extra little bit of money, save up for it if need be. And it's just been a wonderful piece of kit. There are a lot of little pieces of kit that you're going to end up buying that kind of sit by the wayside sometimes. But at least this one, as idle as it can be, it does a lot of good work for you. And the amount of photos you say you're in Edmonton, right? Yeah, middle of Edmonton. So yeah, you got your probably Portal 7 at minimum. So that's why I've kind of I like the idea of mono imaging, and it's just that with being in England where it's cloudy, 475 days out of the year, I want to be able to get as quick of an image as possible. And I just realized that the music is it's still going. I still kind of hear it. All right. soon, but nothing like a 30-minute exposure. Then either neighbor's lights come on, Iridium or one of Elon's new satellites comes zipping through. I've had my neighbors have been pretty bad with their lights as well, and sometimes you can see it just kind of blazing into my back garden. At least the benefit of, in my area, at least at 1 in the morning, they do turn out the street lights. That's not too bad. It's a little more acceptable on things. I think of cutting the public light at the end of my street without no one noticing. Well, there might be a chance if you could do that. You bought a wheeling dolly, and then I built my yard wrong and couldn't use it. The intended path of travel was 6 inches too small. No, that's such a tiny bit of inconvenience. So a question that I am very surprised at the answer I found out. Took M51 with a C8 and an Eastbury 120 ED, where the aperture and focal length is much higher than the 120. What do you think? Which image would be more sharp with more details? I would say the Eastbury. Say the refractor would be a sharper image. That would be my guess. You bought your neighbors all red lights, and taught them the benefit of using red lights. Told them it's safer and doesn't blind you if you need to identify someone. It's very good that everybody has agreed to use that. Rams Reef, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on into the observatory. Appreciate that. You can change house, can't change neighbors. Yes, that's true. I have even the neighbors that are behind me. That light that you see on behind the telescope, that light is on all the time. They rarely ever turn that bedroom light off. I also want to know what light bulb they're using that is never burnt out long enough for me to notice. Gonna lurk for a bit. If you like fish tanks, come on by. I'm a 24/7. You're on 24/7. Okay, cool. Alright, I'll check that out. Yeah, thank you very much for stopping on by. Appreciate that. Yeah, we'll be, what time is it now? Oh, we still got a little bit of time. We'll be hanging out here tonight and just trying to also discover what is wrong with my stream. What have I missed in my setup? We've already discovered a lot. A lot is missing, so we'll be going through those. Just teach your neighbors to see in infrared so you wouldn't need lights. There you go. Holy smokes! The light's gone out! Oh my god. This is a very rare moment. We've witnessed a miracle. Maybe if they are live in this stream, you know. Turn off your damn lights. Thank you, you hacked the lights. Somebody. Who is my neighbor? Tell me now. Oh boy. Well, that was that's interesting. Lamau. But see, you got the market, or you're back from the market. I always imagine you say you're going to the market, you're like hours away. You just reached the market. All right. Is there anything interesting today you're getting? Anything different? Or the same old, same old? I'm trying to think. What did I buy for my... I had a craving for peanut butter and jam sandwiches. I decided, yes, let's do that. Let's buy some, get some bread, get some peanut butter, get some jam, get some strawberry jam. And it was like the one thing I was looking forward to. And the order comes in, my jam jar is partially open, the lid's all popped off. I'm thinking, I don't want to eat this. And it was just it was just that devastating little bit of, it was the last grocery that I pulled out of the bag on the delivery. And it was just, oh God, do I want to suffer through just a toasted peanut butter sandwich throughout the week? No. I had to get a jar of jam. That was annoying. Having to go out to the grocery store. I didn't want to, wouldn't. Anyway. That's what you get for trying to get something new with the groceries. You get a bit of an inconvenience. So yeah, stick to your same old Pootsie. At least that way, you're not going to have to go back for another jar of jam. Already an hour and a half. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun. No, it's always good. It's always... I mean, it's better doing this and discovering that something, little tiny things are amiss, rather than me just kind of mulling over everything for so long. Well, some asshat parked beside me, opened the door too far and dinged the car. No. You got to resist that urge to kind of ding them back. Bubba Zelnick. Hello, Mother. Hello, Mom. How are you doing? Neighbors are like, hey, that guy is always doing something in the yard without lights. Just keep the light on in the bedroom for him. No. Well, sometimes they have like really loud parties as well. Lux gave everyone air so they can breathe in the vast vacuum of space. Alright, that'll be a fun trip to go on. Sounds good. Caffeine, yes. There you go, getting a gift sub from Celtic Raven. Good to see you guys with your with those sub badges on there. It's always good to see. Ma, you doing good? Very good, very good. Yeah, good to see you on in here. We are... The key is better. Oh God, no, don't. No, don't go scratching his car much. Alaska, it's late. You're off to see unreal things happening in my head. Oh yeah, I hear you. Oh, I hit something. There we go. But thank you very much for the follow. Thank you very much for joining in on the stream tonight. We will be, whenever the skies are clear, we do take live images of space. It's a little more dynamic and just as fun as what we do with our rainy day astronomy sessions. But yeah, glad to have you in here with us, and we look forward to seeing you on the next one. Have a good sleep, a good rest, and we will catch you soon. Thank you. All right, cool. Take care. Anyway, yeah, not much of a scratch. The LA Goose, or the La Goose. Hello, Goose. How you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. 1040 Twee. How are you? Getting completely zen here. Good background sound. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I try to have a chilled atmosphere in here. puts you playing tic-tac-toe with the neighbor's car. Don't do that. Saying do not scratch the car a lot. What are you imaging today? Unfortunately, today is it's a bit of a rainy day astronomy. We are covered in clouds, so it's a combination of making sure that everything is working right on the stream, because we have made some changes over the past the past week. So just tonight is kind of the first stage of the the upgraded ish kind of stream for the coming future there. Oh, sorry, maybe you can photograph clouds or something. Well, I'm starting to think that is probably going to be the proper vocation, is to start being interested in clouds. However, we do this middle section. This is what we image here. This was the one of our favorite images. Well, one of my favorite images of the Andromeda Galaxy. Yeah, so these are the images that we take live on stream, and always just trying to find some new interesting areas of the night sky to show you guys, whether or not you have the capabilities, and whether you're just kind of interested in space. And that's what we're doing on here, taking some interesting images, sharing them with you guys, and the odd time we'll do some image processing, and I'm trying to find a quick image to kind of do a little bit of a quick process on tonight, just to make sure that I actually have all my programs back in place after, switching up PCs. Because you forget which little plugins that you have. You prefer these kinds of clouds, to be honest? Me too. Nico just tweeted, want to see? Yes. Lux, drop that link in there. We'll have a look. That'll also give me a chance to see if my internet scene looks alright. I do have an Astro bin account. I need to adjust it a little bit. I think I probably should drop these in there. They're not the prettiest of images, but yeah, I mean, it's what we get on the channel. It's a one-shot kind of option on here. I think a video of you and Astro Biscuit would be great. And yes, we'd love to see your Astro bin. Well, I will. I'll need to switch. I need to rebrand my Astro bin, but that will be in the next 24 hours. I should have that changed over to Astro Canuck. But yes, I spoke with Astro Biscuit earlier in the week, and we will try to organize some tiny micro streams on on his Discord channel. And yeah, as soon as I get some more clear skies, we'll kind of aim to do that there. And just have like a small little Discord session in on there, and just try to get some interesting images working out here. And yeah, Astro Biscuit's amazing. Like, his videos are tremendous, insanely entertaining, and also showing you just what you can do. What you can do with a scope in the middle of London. The images that he's kind of come up with. It's incredible, the work that he goes through. And yeah, there's his videos are nothing short of entertaining. The music is fantastic, the humor is great, the information is solid, and it's it's just a wealth of information that he has on there, and just also encouraging people who think that, oh, I'm in too much of a city. I can't do astrophotography. Well, yeah, you can get it done. His M51 pick is so good. Yes, that was when I learned that actually I had a scope that could get M51. I wasn't sure what could I get it? Could I see it? After watching his video and then seeing that I could get M51, I was I was ecstatic to kind of get that galaxy. And that was last April when I did a 24-hour image of the Whirlpool galaxy. So that was when we had some really, really clear skies in the first stage of lockdown here. We should get together and camp somewhere as the UK astrophotographers. I never really liked camping before, but then once we had the option of getting a rig and doing some astrophotography and as well as camping. So, you get some hot dogs on a stick and astrophotography. Yeah, fine, I'll sleep on the hard ground with all the bugs. I live in a city where an LED street lamp is I'm 100 feet away. It still works here. I have a bright ass LED lamp right out in front of my house. It blares into my bedroom. It's annoying. So, like I said before, as long as it's good that the streetlights turn out at 1 in the morning. We've passed the winter solstice, so the nights are starting to get a little shorter, and I am noticing it in my calendar that we don't reach astronomical dark until about 7 o'clock now. And that's a little sad because you can just see it kind of creeping in. And at my latitude, we lose astronomical dark for about 6 weeks. So there is going to be a point where these streams are going to be like really, really, really late and really, really, really short. All right, Goose, thank you very much for joining the Discord server. Awesome. Good to have you in here. I sleep in mud if it's Portal 1. Yeah, I probably would too. That's it. Oh, I haven't even turned it's starting to get chilly in here. Your beard already knows all the camping skills. That's it. It comes with the beard. These are instructions that just kind of seep into your brain from the chin. It's an astronomical object of its own. Right, the link for what was it? That was Nico's tweet. Oh. All right. Let's Hello internet. Where'd you go? Well, there's another page I have to fix up. Astrophotography requires a beard. It does keep you nice and warm. Now, if my hands could grow a beard, that'd be fantastic. Even the small beard hairs count? Yes. Yep. Even those. Every little beard helps. I had a dream about doing intergalactic travel, and it was so cool. I'm right there with you. I had a dream, and I'm only telling this because now someone else has shared about it, where for some reason, I don't know where I wasn't on Earth because I could see the Earth, and I'm thinking, oh, I gotta get my telescope out. I gotta get the shot. This is gonna be so cool to get a picture of Earth from wherever the heck I was. It didn't seem too far away, but it was just one of those weird dreams like, I need to get my telescope. I gotta get it out. The telescope. So yeah, weird dreams like that. And then you wake up and it's like, oh, didn't really get a picture of the Earth. Ugh, goodbye, APOD. Long beard is like a long focal length. That's it. It takes long focal lengths take time and energy and patience, and make sure that all your cables are organized. Planetary photography is easy. Just point the camera anywhere but up. I've done a little bit of planetary imaging, but it's no. I like the bigger objects. I like the nebulae. Those are a little more interesting to me. It's really sad. Honestly, sometimes I confuse reality and dream, so I ask my parents about where I left something when it actually happened in a dream. That's when you start. That's right up there with going to work in your dreams and doing like a regular work day, only to realize that you wake up and it's time to go to work and do it all over again. But I just slept through work. I just did a shift in my dream. Can that not count towards my hours? Dreams are a way to escape reality. It's always, no need for more work. And then it's always the really confusing dreams where you're serving frozen yogurt to Abraham Lincoln while riding a dolphin. It's like, where did that even come from? The crazy stuff that our brains can come up with. There you go. No need to do more work. That's it. If you've already put in your hours for the day while sleeping, I think that should count. It's you've already put in the brain power. All right, let's get this this image that Nico has tweeted. Oh my god, I didn't even log into Twitter on here. My god, prepare your eyes. And where's my camera? Alright, so this was in a Nico Carver's image of the so it was with a Canon EOS RA 40mm lens. That's really cool. With a Star Adventurer. I think a wide field view with your Star Adventurer, everything is very, very forgiving. That Star Tracker can be very, very forgiving with a long focal length like that. I think the longest, like I said before, the longest shot I got was 9 minutes with my Star Adventurer. Everything was like beige, but at least it was, it was, the stars were pinpoint sharp on there. And again, the wider the focal length you can use, just the more forgiving everything is going to be there. I know I need to put dark mode enabled. That's me not even signed into Twitter yet. In case you get a crack in your sky, what will you go for? If I were to get a crack in my sky, what do we got there? I'd probably go for the Whirlpool Galaxy again. I did want to get some good time on that target, but it's just it's not quite in the cards. Let's see. I think we did image that before. Where is it? Hello, Whirlpool. Where are you? There are a lot of images in here. There's more images in these folders than I remember. There we go. You just got M51 2 days ago? Alright, you just post on Discord. Excellent. Yes, what I do like is the position that M51 is in, is that it kind of stays on one side of the meridian for so long. And that way, I'm not worrying about doing a flip so early or so late in the night. So you actually get some really good time on that there. But yeah, that was our. It was either 10 or 16 minutes on the Whirlpool Galaxy. But yeah, that was. I mean, that already had almost come out better than my 24-hour image of the Galaxy there. Just, I was using this camera. I was using the DSLR with no temperature control on there. Do you have a snack during Astro nights? What do you usually have? I mean, coffee is my main source of fuel, but there are some. There are these rice crackers that I get from Tesco, and I don't even know the brand name of them. But there's just it's plain, and I don't know. There's something delicious about those crackers. Coffee, beer, water, lots of water. I would be more coffee, whiskey, crackers, and some M&Ms every now and then. Definitely need a mono camera. I think I see the benefit of a mono camera. When I have a observatory set up, I will definitely get a monochrome camera, because that way, at least then it's it's not going to be as I'll have everything there and ready to go, and it's just a matter of rolling off a rooftop or opening up the observatory, and that's it. Flip on the switch and we're ready to go. But also having a monochrome or a color camera as well, because I still want to do this as often as possible. And even when we start to reach that other side of COVID, and we can better manage it, and we're able to get back together in groups, is the idea of doing live star parties and combo with doing a stream as well. So that's kind of like the long-term goal of what I want to achieve on here. Goose, you like baked beans on toast? It's always good. I always enjoy that. It just is I'm putting that on my grocery list for next week. I think I'm gonna put that on the grocery list for next week. Get some baked beans in there. A little bit of a mature cheddar as well. I'm good for black pepper. We're good. We're set. Coffee, beer, water. Lots of water. Yep, this is the Whirlpool Galaxy, about 27 million light years away. Two galaxies that are interacting in the constellation of Ursa Major, and they're only separated by I think it's about. Oh, I'd have to check on there. I don't even have my tablet with me. That's how unorganized things can be at the moment. Funny to think that galaxies were thought to be nebula. That's true. I mean, I go over this before. It's what do we have? We have the Andromeda Galaxy is also known as the Great Andromeda Nebula, because before telescopes were invented, these were recorded as just as areas of nebulosity. Just these, they weren't exactly. They didn't know that these were galaxies, so all those names still hold true. Not hold true, but just those names still are attached to the objects. Decades, centuries later, after they were named. Will we look like that when Andromeda hits us? it'd be interesting. I mean, we've seen simulations on on the size of our galaxies being very similar, and yeah, definitely with 5195 being a smaller galaxy there, it's definitely taking the brunt of the impact there. And I can feel a mustache hair jumping into my mouth. This galaxy was discovered in 1773. And even still now, we're struggling. But also, looking at looking at the night sky with less light pollution, with almost no light pollution, it was almost that much easier to try to discover some of these objects. All right, James, off to work. Hoping to photograph bows in the cigar tonight. Post them in Discord if you get anything. Thank you very much. James, thank you very much for coming on in, dude. Appreciate you sticking around. Have a good and safe time at work. Thank you very much as well for the resubscription at Tier 2. It's appreciated very, very much. And for 4 months, with that, holding that Founder's badge as well. Appreciate that. Glad to see you coming on back for more. And we look forward to seeing you on the next one there. I will try to get some other streams kind of going throughout the week. And even just for the sake of, just talking more about astrophotography. And also just to work out any little gremlins that we have going on here. So I do know that there are some scenes that are lacking something. So what I want to do is, all these scenes will kind of be rolled into one. Look at ARP 273. That's more like a Milkdromeda impact. You did the heat map. Works great. Can help you when you're offline. Yes. Yes, I would like to. I'd like to see how that goes. Again, me. Thank you very much for coming on in. How are you doing tonight? Lars, how you doing? Good to see you on in here. Ping on Discord. Yes, if we get that sorted out, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. Appreciate that very, very much. Is it snowing there too? No, not yet. All right, Goose, you're gonna head off for tonight. Have fun. Thank you very much, Goose. Thanks for stopping on by. Thanks for the follow. Glad to have you on here. We look forward to seeing you on the next one. Like I said, my schedule will be it changes weekly, and that will be listed on Twitter. Sorry, not Twitter. On Twitch. Twitter, I kind of neglected tonight. It was only on Discord that I threw the notification that we're kind of going live tonight. But yeah, usually I will throw it up on Discord and Twitter when we are doing a live session, and the schedule will be up on Twitch. And if you get the notifications, you'll see when we pop on live. So hopefully everything will be sorted out in the coming days, because where I was at last night versus what we're doing tonight, it's I'm happy with how things are right now. Discovering what's up, what's wrong, what's kind of mucking about. I think I'm gonna have to talk with Putzi and sort out voice meter again. But I think because I have multiple audio inputs and outputs on here, I can get things sorted out. So that will be done. We'll get it all rolling there. And yeah, no snow yet. I think snow is forecast for tomorrow morning. Not too well, a lot of pain, but still have to wait half an hour before I can take these painkillers. Well, hopefully that's going to be too much of a recovery for you there. You can get back to normal as soon as time permits. But yeah, good to have you on in here tonight. Happy to have you guys along with me throughout this transition of computers. Even I'm also, just the way how things have changed, I'm now pointing in this direction. My camera is still kind of in the same spot. It's It feels a little weird sometimes. I'm still almost looking over over that direction for my cue, which is now you guys are sitting over here. Before you were sitting over here. We'll get there. It's still, I don't think this is like the permanent kind of layout, but we'll get there. They said 2 weeks. That's not too bad. That's about kind of standard for before things run their course. All right, what is... Actually, wasn't that thing. I was going to quickly sort out this screen here. Oh no, I can't do that because that's going to turn on another camera. It's all right. See, now I can't hear cues. Cromer Gaming! How are you? I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Cromer, how you doing tonight? Good to see you on in here. The Big Zinc, how's it going? The forecast is looking absolutely I remove my tonsils, shorten my uvula, and remove part of the soft palate. Well, that's quite a procedure. Yeah, hopefully that heals up all well. And is it like the thing to be like ice cream at that point, or is it a little more than that that's kind of gone on? So that was last Monday. Yeah, hopefully the recovery goes along well for you there. It is spelled, not spelled helium. Well, you know, these are, this is why you need to spell check. Why can't I change that? There we go. That would need a refresh there. But thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate that. Yeah, you got loads of ice cream, banana and strawberry. Two boxes of each. That's not too bad. I prefer something with peanut butter in it. Although you can mix banana and peanut butter, and that'd be delicious. It'd be fantastic. Your preference is chocolate and strawberry. Like chocolate ice cream almost seems to be like that go-to. And I think if I'm having it with ice cream with almost anything else, it is it's almost usually vanilla. If it's like ice cream on its own, I want something with more flavor. But yeah, yeah, it says helium 100 100. It does. Okay, that's that's saved as well. Helium 100. Now it's fine. All right, excellent. Little things, the little things that you kind of you push them out, and you know it's a lot of, some of it can be ready, fire, aim for some things on here. You know, I was happy to try and get things out there. Make sure that I don't leave. I don't want to. I want to leave as little things generic as possible on here. You know, it's it is also a lot to do. It just seems like sometimes that, you know, I can see the idea of the allure of kind of just getting a whole bunch of pre-made things, but I do like to, you know, customize things as much as possible on here. And I'm also still surprised at myself that I haven't sorted out the follower notification there, which has kind of been the standard for quite a while right now. I do have some ideas for channel port rewards as well. I got a couple of silly ones to kind of put in there before they're, you know, not really scientific, but just because I thought about it, it made me giggle a little bit. Well, I got one that's almost ready to go, so that should be fine for the next stream. And then, yeah, we will start to roll some other ones. Yeah, I think I was also kind of waiting to get this all transferred over, and you know, being able to kind of quickly plow through the videos and not having to wait for everything to render for so long. At least now we got a couple of interesting little fun things as well to roll out here. Like I said, there are still a couple of the Easter eggs I am working on as well that have yet to be discovered, so that is all right. I've noticed a lot more people doing that as well, is to have like you know, some words of the day, or just other chat commands. I think that's really cool that a lot more people are doing that, and not it just there's no way it's me that has been this trendsetter. I mean, this is I'm not the first person to have this idea, but it's just really cool to see a lot more people kind of integrating stuff like that into their channel, into their chat, and just kind of making it a little more of a fun, interesting place, a little kind of a side mission to the whole stream there. The world is Astro-centrical. Oh, I don't know. No, there's no. I mean, even if there is anything being pinched from this channel, which is like, all right, fine, jump on things from here. I don't think I'm doing anything revolutionary, but you know, happy that if anybody's getting any kind of inspiration from the little things that I'm doing on here, that's cool. I appreciate that. Just think I was going to open Photoshop. However, I haven't actually tested that out since BlueStacks started doing my started giving me a blue screen of death, and I'd be reluctant to open up anything extra right now, because if that if that crashes the whole system, I am not going to be not going to be pleased with that at all. We learned last week that Jupiter doesn't go around the sun, but at some gravity point. Kind of interesting. Yeah, they have that common center of mass, and that's why when scientists are looking for any extrasolar planets, is that they look for that that wobble in the star to show that it's actually that there is another planet, acting on that force, changing that center of gravity. So they are kind of they create that little wobble, and depending on the size and the mass of that planet is going to change that wobble even greater. I think as far as Earth, we don't really exert that much force. It's more Jupiter doing a lot of the work for us to have any kind of extrasolar astronomers to try and find our star as a source of planetary action. Gotta go. Take care. Clear skies. Sorry for the clouds. No worries. That's okay. I don't blame you. I do not blame you at all. But yeah, well, you won't buy anything else, you promise? I don't promise. Yeah, we'll see you soon, and yes, we'll catch up on Discord, because I would be very interested to see how you got that heat map working. Because I think that's a nice little tool to be able to implement on the channel there. Alright, will do. Have a fantastic evening, and we will talk to you soon. Have a good one. Yes, so what I am, like I said before, I'm reluctant to open up Photoshop at the moment. I probably should have had that rolling already. But what I am noticing is, I almost clicked on BlueStacks. That would have been bad. That would have been very, very bad. Is that there isn't a lot of, everything's holding up really well. And also, there hasn't been any cutouts. Nothing's cut out from the internet. So I can say at this point it has to be that it was the laptop completely. There is an idea of what I do have for the, if BlueStacks is going to keep causing me problems on here, is that I can get the I can use the laptop as a second computer to hook up it with have another capture card, so we can actually use BlueStacks through that in a pinch if I really can't sort out the issues that are coming on here. And yeah, and then everything is holding up really, really nice. GPU. It was a 3090. Maybe massively overkill. That is also that's little to that is no flex. That was opportunity that arose. That's okay. Shit is PG-13. That's fine. So it's sometimes other things we'll omit. And that's what I wanted. Whenever I kind of upgrade technology, I try to make things as future-proof as possible. Sometimes at the great expense of future luxuries to a degree. But we'll see how well everything performs. Like I said, right now BlueStacks has caused me issues, and that was working like yesterday. Everything was working fine. So something that I have installed recently has started to conflict with that, and there are solutions. It is a known issue on some forums for BlueStacks, so that will get sorted out. But for now, like I said before, my alternate option is to just run BlueStacks from the other computer, and we just capture that on here. You really won't know the difference. I won't be. I don't need to have the internet connected on the other. Ooh, I say that. Nah, that's fine. I'll be good. I spent 1 whole month of my pay from a summer job on my PC. You know, sometimes it's, if things are within your, within your means, and you have the opportunity to do it, then yeah, go for it. It's what it's there for. Money is, supposed to use when the opportunity arises. But yeah, like I said, none of that is out of what has been put in from this. That is all separate. Everything that comes in from here has its own place, its own bank account essentially, or its own area in my bank account for what we can do with everything on here. And again, I always appreciate the support that you guys are giving, and for the most, even just hanging around. I hope that no one ever feels that they have to, that they're ever obliged to offer any monetary offerings to the channel. It's never what I want anybody to feel like. It is if you're happy to, then that's fine. If I'm never going to be saying do this or else you can't continue to watch this stream. I've never come across anybody like that on Twitch, and I've heard some bad stories about some people, not anything specific, but just general, like just some. Oh, speaking of streamers, G4, how are you doing? How's it going tonight? I have to be here because of space addiction. If I don't, my brain goes lazy. It's a good reason to be here. How is things going tonight? How is the Crown Prince of Beat Saber? What is the good word, sir? Alright, we've been on this same shot of Stellarium for quite a while. Let's pick a new comparison target. What have we shot? What's new on here that is Pac-Man Nebula looks a little different on there. I don't know if we have any of them. Yes, let's check out today's APOD as well. Good now, after grueling hours with security to get a live translator working, it finally works. Awesome. Yeah, I saw Putzi was watching someone who they had live translation as well. So, is yours going from English to Japanese, or English to better English? Oh, God, it's me. I'm on my own channel. This is weird. English to posh English. Text Japanese to English to Japanese in a live translator screen. On screen too now. That's fancy. That's cool. Is that rolling out tonight? Or later in the week? Because I mean, who would start their stream up when not everything works? You know? Alright, where is my camera on here? There it is. I have to fix this scene up as well. Just me in the corner. It's not very interesting. It's not very... You'll test tonight and see? Alright, cool. How long are you streaming for? How long is a piece of string? I'm not sure. What are we at? We're at just over 2 hours right now. I'm reluctant to open up Photoshop. About this long when I cut it. It's just I've had one program has given me the blue screen of death every time I open it up, and I'm just worried that Photoshop might do. I don't think it's going to do the same thing, but I'd be remiss if that did happen there. There you go. There is today's APOD. That is really cool. Let's there's an awesome little 360. That's like the inner world kind of look there. And yet, for some reason, it makes sense. Like I think the car sitting in there kind of helps out. What error is it throwing? I don't know. I checked on forums, and they do know that BlueStacks can cause issues. I think I might have to just reinstall it because there was a upgrade to the graphics processor. So maybe that was an issue that kind of cropped up there. It said, what do they do? They used a 3D panoramic image. Assembled a 360-degree panoramic projection. The mosaic frames were captured at January's end along a quiet country road. Yeah, it looks like they used just a 360-degree camera, and then just kind of stitched it together there. But that is cool. It's one of like the few of those images that actually make sense visually. Catch a falling star, put it in your pocket, and never let it fade away. Sometimes using the NVIDIA game drivers or studio drivers are better for certain things. I would imagine I would probably try to run it, even though I tried running it as admin and it didn't work. I will see if what else we can do. No way they got HD on a 360 cam. It almost like, I don't know if they... Nah. They said it's a mosaic, so maybe there's also a composite image as well. Yeah, I would definitely want more details of what camera they use, what lens, what filter. Was it a wide angle lens, and did they track it? I don't know. I did, didn't I? Yeah. Clearly, I need more coffee. Clearly. Where are we at? What time are we at? 10 to 11. Not too bad. That's all right. You said I'm remiss to open up Photoshop. I know it wasn't giving me any problems. But also, I haven't even picked out like a file to look at. I was really hoping that we were going to be able to do a little bit of imaging last night to be able to get something together. Actually, do they have the... Oh, they do. They did put it in there. Oh, dang it. It was the ghost of Cassiopeia. That's cool. Let's go. It's kind of faint for what they usually put in there. But there's all. What else to see? There was to me sometimes this looks like a skull. Some people have said a well, it's I can't remember what else there was. But to me, this one looks like a skull. Although there are already a few other nebulosity that look like a skull. There's another interesting area that I saw. I'll have to mark it. Cave Nebula, they put that one in there. That's cool. By the way, I tried Barnard's Loop a week ago, and guess what? Lost 3 hours of exposures because my first image was in focus, and the other ones were not. Too lazy to check focus every 30 minutes because it was cold autofocus. No! Oh man, that's tough. Are they usable in any way? Can you still stack them and make like a kind of an art piece? I think a lot of astrophotography is live and swear and then learn. It's furious. Oh, you just got rid of them. Oh, that's okay. Well, if they're gone, they're gone. I can see that. Maybe it's probably sometimes alright to not have that reminder. It's our favorite phallic nebula. There we go, heart nebulas. If you guys are new subscribers to the channel, the heart emote is based off of the heart nebula. Now, I need to add, actually I can do that right now. That I can do. Do I want to do that? Yeah, let's give it a go. Let's add another Twitch trigger. Let's see if this will work. Astro 14. Alright, so if we'll see if it reads that. Aha! There you go. Fun little thing. We'll see how long that goes before it gets annoying. Yep, check to bin all burned in fire of my rage. Well, I don't fault you for it. And if you're not too upset about deleting them, then it was probably the right choice. You know, there have been countless nights where almost no imaging has been done, and it's all been, you know, eaten up by chasing a target or trying to get any kind of framing right, or even just kind of getting some piece of kit to work as well. I've said before, even my first night and a half with PhD2 guiding, you know, that didn't go too well. That was all that time was spent trying to figure out how it was, why it wasn't working, and for the life of me, I can't remember exactly what it was that finally clicked. But yeah, it was just one of those things. I was happy when it finally worked, but it was just one of those most infuriating nights. Get back in at you know, early hours with nothing to show for it. That was it's frustrating, but again, it's always an opportunity for learning, for a chance to learn with astrophotography. You know, and as long as they happen less and less frequently, then that's not too bad. At least, you know, you can always remember exactly what problems have had the solutions and which ones you just try to avoid altogether to not encounter those problems. Trying to think what has been a problem that I have just avoided actively. Think about that one. It's not so much that I avoid taking flats or darks or bias images, because I haven't really had much of a long imaging session in quite a while. I think the last time I did my proper subframes was with the Whirlpool Galaxy back in April. So it's probably been about a year since I've done flats and darks and bias on this camera. Not even with the camera that we got attached to the scope right now. So he moved on from Orion this year. That's it. We're rolling into Galaxy season, so there's going to be other targets that are going to need a lot more attention. You know, we're not going to get the best image out of there with just a few short exposures. Flats, darks, we don't do that here. No, we do not. I just went to check my mic on here, and I don't have it. It's a little freeing as well, because the mic is now on the Kinect. I don't know if I like it yet, and I don't know if I need to really hear the sound. I need to go back and watch this VOD and see if, like, I'm picking out any other noises that I don't like. I'm not sure. It's weird. It's weird not having my microphone here, so I can't. I gotta figure out what's up with that. I'm not about to buy a microphone. Am I? No. What is this? What do we got? Aha. I watched the latest 2 episodes of WandaVision today. My voice is clear. All right. Cool. No spoilers. No spoil. I would never give away any spoilers for TV series, for movies. Because I would not want to be spoiled. I had one of my friends was they caught a spoiler in a YouTube video that had absolutely nothing to do with Star Wars, and yeah, they were devastated. Well, not devastated, but they were just really, really disappointed that someone threw a spoiler in some innocuous video That had absolutely nothing to do with it. And it was like that day that they were going to go watch Star Wars. So, yeah, that kind of stinks. Hate spoilers. I noticed also on the opening to WandaVision that they do have Tony snapping his fingers there. Yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. I think there were a few people who said before that they didn't want to watch WandaVision because they quit after an episode and a half. And yeah, granted, it was very weird. It was weird to. It wasn't your standard kind of Marvel program, you know. There was very little to kind of go with. But I liked the confusion about it. I think that was really well done. And is it next Friday yet? No, it's barely even Sunday. It's not even Sunday yet. What are we rushing the week for? Macromart. Macro, how you doing, dude? How Transformers does anyone quit after half an episode? Like, for real, who actually gets halfway through an episode, 2/3, and goes, now is when I've decided this isn't for me. I've done that with one movie, Burn After Reading. I just gave up on it. Granted, I probably wasn't maybe not the right frame of mind for that movie, but you know, that was one I've stopped watching. Good night, have fun, Lars. Thank you very much. Heal up. Wish you get well soon. We'll catch you on the next stream, which will maybe tomorrow afternoon. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, thanks for stopping on by. Hope you feel better soon, and yeah. Have a good rest. We'll catch you later. You're good. Slept a bit and oofer so my schedule is backwards now. I guess you gotta deal with me in the next bunch of stream. No worries. Good to have you on in here, dude. We are reminiscing of times when we had clear skies, you know, because clouds. But that is also part and parcel to why we like to save our images, because it's always beneficial to be able to have something else to look at. Yeah, I gotta find the, where are we? Where's the, actually that's always good. There we go. Let's go with a single shot of the moon. I just miss when we were all single-celled organisms flying through space on a rock. Those were the good views. Yes. So good. Remember those days. But you know, what is always cool is to look at the moon. You know, as much as I say that it annoys me and it gets in the way of a lot of the shots, you know, it's a target that we just, you know, we can see it easily with the naked eye, but you know, getting to zoom in close to the moon is always fun to look at there. Moonissimo. Yes. You know, I mean, it's no live view of the moon. I always like to look at the moon and just see that turbulent, that atmosphere roiling throughout the shot. You know, as nice as a nice calm still image of the moon can be, I do like that dynamic view. And I could say I don't know if this would be an actual ridge on on the moon, or if it is part of the atmospheric disturbance that's kind of muddled up the views there. You know, and if it isn't, if it actually is a feature on the moon, I have to double check on that. There it probably isn't. It's probably just the atmosphere distorting a little bit of that area of the moon. But, you know, it largely appears to be a flat object in the night sky, or featureless. But again, those interesting areas along the terminator line, where that shadow is passing over, is where you get a lot of that really cool detail in the moon. And hopefully these are kind of come up to be just looking all right. Like I said, I've started streaming at 1080p now, so hopefully these images are coming through a little sharper than before. You know, trying to boost our views, especially with something like this. We we want to see as much detail as possible. You know. I thought I had a fake news emote. Because you don't recognize that portion of the moon. Wait, that's no moon? But also what I would like to do is when we do have a fair stretch of clear skies, whenever that's going to be, is to put the telescope at its native focal length at about 1600 millimeters. And the moon will not even, at that focal length, it wouldn't even fit within our field of view with the scope there. So we would get much more detailed areas of the moon coming through. It'll load slow, the result is amazing. What is this? Why can't I copy these things? That is loading slow. Holy smokes. How big is this file? $188 gigs. You know what's funny is that it's not even in the window I have captured. I have to open it up elsewhere. I don't know if it'd be any good, but there's a place like 25 to 30 minutes drive from me called Car Park in the Sky, and it's supposed to be really good for observing stuff. You don't have to really get that far out of a town to be able to get a good view. It's just get away from enough of that light dome that you're not going to be impacted there, and you can start to see some really cool stuff. Knick-knack. More like a PS5 game. How's it going? How are you doing tonight? For real though, I just wanted to hype that there's a car park called Car Park in the Sky around the corner. That is cool. I don't really have any like Bortle 4 is kind of the lowest sky pollution I can get to. You're just chilling? Yeah, we're doing the same thing because we are wrought with clouds at the moment. So we're kind of reminiscing on some old images that we've taken, and just kind of hanging out, and also discovering what is wrong with my setup in terms of what have I forgot to sort out here. For starters, I cannot hear any audio cues. But I can see them. I can see them happening. So as long as they're not redlining, that's fine. Your ears will be fine. It's a bit snowy and blustery here. Are you in the UK or are you in Europe? I am currently in the east of England. We are supposed to get some snow in my area, but I'm not going to hold my breath on that one there. We'll see how the weather is going to play out. I know a lot of people were saying it was going to be a possible beast from the east again, but yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen. Pepega audio, yeah, kind of, a little bit. We'll get there. We'll sort it out. We'll get back to our efficient and crisp sounding audio. Hopefully not too long. I wouldn't actually mind getting my microphone back. I'm kind of almost uneasy using the Connect mic. It's weird. You're in Hull. All right, cool. Cool. I mean, Mooncat, I hope we get some snow as well. It's just, for the fact of not having to go out and shovel it and just enjoy a snowfall. As a Canadian, it's not often that we get to just enjoy the snow, because we got to get that cleared up as quickly as possible. Especially before the snowplows go by and just dump it all back in your driveway. That's all you're looking at for the next week while you wait for that ice to melt. I would say no. I have not. I have a lot of videos to catch up on. Dylan O'Donnell's notwithstanding. I have seen a quick preview of it. I did pass by that. I do want to check that out. Like I said, his and Trevor's latest videos will be kind of first on the list. Either like I said, either after the stream tonight or a little later on tomorrow. So I think tomorrow is largely going to be spent away from the computer. I say that, but that is probably not going to be the case. Or at least maybe most of the morning. I'll stay away from the computer, give my eyes and brain a break on this there. But for now, this is my place to hang out. I do appreciate you guys coming in, sticking around. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and usually when we have no clouds, we're taking live images of space. So when we have clouds, we'll be sometimes processing images. However, I'm reluctant to open up Photoshop because I have had some issues with opening up certain programs, and I do not want to crash the stream at all, because that would be very, 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 very bad. Yes, Hull, you're quite the ways away from me. You're up near, closer to goes towards like Manchester. So yeah, a little ways away from me. You guys have a better chance of getting snow. I'm in Essex. Yeah. All right, Mother, you can say ciao for now. No worries. We will see you on the next stream, which if it is tomorrow, it'll probably be maybe 6 o'clock my time. We'll see how it goes. Which, for those in North America, that's going to be just a little after lunch. Maybe lunch 30, 1 o'clock. Yeah, I think tomorrow, if I can make sure that everything is working, and we'll try some other stuff out as well. Genuine Mum. Baba Zelnik is my genuine mum. A fair bit east. Yeah, I mean, There you go, G4. Now we have met each other's mums. Very nice. Yeah. I mean, how's next Thursday for you? Does that work out? Wedding bells for me and G4. All right. Wait, is Mrs. Canuck in here? Is she gonna have to say anything about it? She might be listening. Oh God! If everybody's listening, no, it's cool. Polyamory. Why the hell does Pokey have a gun emote? That's weirdly intimidating. Stop. Stop what? Ah, you mucked it up. That's it. It's lost its. No, that's it. Bollocks it up. Son, you're getting adopted. But Dad, you are my birth father. Yes, son, but they are here to adopt you. I need to concentrate on my scopes. Sounds reasonable. What's that? It's 11 o'clock. That's, what, puts you at 7 a.m. now? 20 after 7? So what, he's got another 6 hours until he wants to go to bed? So it's DGen hours. That's what it is. And I tell you, those clear skies here can really attribute to that. Yep, as long as you can figure out how to integrate your. I did see you starting to go through that with DJ Teo. How did that? What do you have to do for that? Because I was kind of going in and out, and then my computer started getting the blue screen, so I had to tone down the swearing before we started streaming. Because seriously, why can't technology just work? Why does it always have to be an issue? You know, I don't want to have to deal with faff with technology. That's it. His week, Putsy's weekend is almost over. Like, reach the end. Freak myself out there for a second. Let's look at the Needle Galaxy for a second there. Dropped a file in the wrong place, and let's just say the printer pooped out a long receipt. Ruh-roh. Did you like waste all that for a 4-meter long print? Oh no. Oh dear. I don't have the salami. How do I get the salami emote? The salami emote. Yes, sorry, the photo did load. Yes, I said I had to open it up on the other window there. I'll get that in a second. We'll jump over to the interwebs in a moment. Add FFZ emotes into your channel and download the Chrome extension. Chrome? I don't have Chrome. Where's Chrome? I have Firefox. Does that work? As well as BTTV. A lot of stuff I still gotta download. Ay. Alright, fine. Although everything else is holding up really, really well. So, like, I even have Firefox open, and it's not draining. Not draining. The CPU is at 6%. Like nothing's going crazy with it. This is bananas. Like, even the fans aren't even loud. None of that's going crazy. I dig it. Alright, let's see the... So that is 108. It's not 100. There's no way I download 188 gigs that fast. Still, that is a... That is bananas resolution on that, though. So Lux, where was this one from? That is cool. I like the that's really highlighting the Bach globules. Those cooler areas. They're starting to condense around there. That is really, without saying a swear, and a very strong expletive. Things have got it really cool that they managed to highlight a lot of this. The Isaac Newton Telescope Photometric H-alpha survey of the Northern Galactic Plane. The image spans 4 square degrees, it's about 20 times the size of the full moon. That is an awesome shot. That's tremendous. This section I love. I love this part of the Rosette Nebula. The Chosen Juan. Welcome on into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. How's it going? And Knickknack, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on into the observatory as well. Glad to have you in here with us. It looks like a skull. There has been... I mean, here, let me zoom back out. For the longest time, before anybody really had mentioned it to me, I always, I could see the like that rosette, that rose kind of look to it. But as soon as someone tilted it to this angle, and you can see the eye sockets and the orbital bone, and the kind of that sloped brow, more like an Australopithecus skull, but still a skull nonetheless. It seems there's more skulls in space than like any other image. Technically a rose, like early man skull, G4 back in 2 minutes. You're being timed. Yeah, it's missing his bottom jaw as well. But still, it's I see the skull more than anything, even if it's oriented in a different direction. And tilt and see what we can see there. Yeah, it does look like it has a little bit of a cleft palate there. You don't see the horse in the horse head. Really? I mean, it's fine if you don't. That's, not everybody sees exactly what everybody else can see in certain images there. No. How you doing? No snow yet. No snow yet for us. Yeah. It almost like I can see the horse head, but I also picture more of a seahorse, really, with just that kind of tilt of the head there. Hey, I tried imaging that last night. Didn't work out too well. My exposure wasn't long enough to get any nebulosity. I just got the star cluster in the center. I might retry tonight. For the rosette, what filter are you using? Any filter? Is it a broadband filter for the camera? Because the rosette should start to show up with at least nothing special, just my DSLR and a regular 200mm lens. I think if you can, what's the longest exposure that you can do? Because again, sometimes even just taking short exposures and stacking them all up, it's still not going to be enough of a signal to kind of build up an image. It's going to be starting to get really, really tough to, especially if it's a kind of a dim target sometimes. Nothing special, just just walking into shops and you look like a snowman. At least some people are getting snow. I mean, I'd be happy to get some snow right now because you just kind of go out and enjoy it. Build a tiny little snowman. You get this kind of image on screen without the mod. Did 3-minute exposures, and would any longer help? How long did you say you? Oh yeah, because unless you can start to, if you have a filter that's going to block out the light pollution and just let those hydrogen alpha wavelengths get through, then yeah, increase the amount. Like yeah, Lux was saying, increase the amount of subs. Just try to get as much time on the target as possible to try to get some images coming through there. Because yeah, sometimes if you got more. If you got a lot of light pollution, it's really going to impact some of that faint nebulosity in targets, no matter how kind of bright they are. I think Orion is kind of one of the few that is really going to really pop through. Haven't been on any streams much. I've been either playing Minecraft or passed out. So yeah, this was one of our short encounters with the Horsehead Nebula, and that's we got you got that coma, that brightness from the star Alnitak just off to the left, out of frame. That Zeta Orionis is causing that issue, and it causes a big problem for a lot of people who are taking these images there. Am I the only one that sees an elephant? I don't know. I get it. I get what you mean, but I don't quite see the elephant part of that. I always see like the the nose of the horse and kind of leading up to like its brow. You're going down like the mane. I see a palm tree rising from the dust. More like a dinosaur. Well, we call it like the Brontosaurus Nebula. Maybe that would get over a little better. Yeah, Orion has been a bit of a tough one for us, because that was, as much as I was hoping to get a lot more time with this area of the night sky. It's blocked off by the trees, by the neighbor's house. But again, I can't not go back to this shot as often as possible, because that shot of Orion was like, well, even not with this one, with like the first one, you guys heard me swearing about it. I haven't slept for 39 hours. Is that bad? Kind of. Oh yeah, Putzi, yeah, that's normal. Don't ask Putzi for that advice. Yeah, 39 hours, that's fine. That's he's just getting warmed up at that point. Although if the question is if you've never slept for 39 hours, that's different. You can do 120. Yeah, we get a little nap. Coffee. I'm on coffee. I'm out of coffee. Don't know if I'm gonna break for coffee right at the moment. But for those of you just joining into the channel right now, or have been kind of hanging around and wondering what the heck is going on, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, as it says right up there, and down there. We are reminiscing about times gone by when we had clear skies, and just marveling at the image of the Orion Nebula that was shot a few weeks ago now. From my back garden in the east of England, with an 8-inch telescope, we are capturing the night sky one object at a time. If we could do like more, that'd be great. But we are concentrating on various areas of the night sky that are available to me. I don't always have a great view in certain areas, but we do have a nice shot to the east with a little bit of time available for Orion. And this was a 3-minute exposure that we shot a few weeks ago, and it's pretty much one of my favorite images that have come out of this camera and scope combination. I'm east, you're west. East meets west here then. This is also a testament to how bright Orion is, that we're able to get this much detail in a short amount of time. I mean, the core, notwithstanding, can easily get blown out, and you got to take your time with that image. But for the sake of getting a really interesting looking image for you guys to look at, and to have me blast out an expletive about it, we're happy to kind of get these kinds of images. And that's what I'm trying to move the wrong image over here. And that's what we want to. So I want to do on this channel is bring you guys some really cool areas of the night sky that generally you wouldn't be. I mean, you can see. I say generally you wouldn't see. You can see Orion. You can see this nebula with the naked eye, looking up at the constellation. It appears as a faint fuzzy. That's not Orion. That is the Heart Nebula. There we go. When you are looking at the constellation of Orion, you can see the 3 stars of the belt of Orion. Then you're going to see that fuzzy area with the naked eye. Even if you're just kind of looking, in terms of using averted vision, because staring directly at an object, you're not going to get, all that brightness. Just biology. Our meat cameras are terrible. If you're looking at this area of the night sky and you kind of look just off to the left or to the right, or just anywhere away from there, but just trying to pay attention. I know it's a weird thing to say, but trying to pay attention to this area, you're going to see this fuzzy, bright area, and that's that whole nebulosity that we were looking at there. You're going to try to get 130 hours without sleep. Go for it, but that's not the best thing for your brain. You're here for like 2 seconds. Is that stacked or raw? That is a single exposure. That is a 3-minute exposure of Orion that we took a few weeks ago now. That's what my camera has seen. Like I said, tonight we are, um, we got clouds. There is no way we're going to see anything interesting at the moment. So, let's kind of go back and look at what we have seen and what is really cool. So yeah, this is a 3-minute exposure of the Orion Nebula with our 8-inch telescope, and the camera we're using is a ZWO ASI 533. And we're also using, which filter was this one? I think this was this would have been the Altair Astro tri-band filter. Nice to see you guys clear skies sometimes. Back to dinner. No worries. Glad to see you. You pop in for a little bit of Orion. That's always a nice treat to see. But yeah, I honestly can't get enough of this. Even, I have shot this in the past, and this was kind of like my first image I really processed, and that was back in 2000 and something. Whatever 4 years ago was. 2007? Sounds about right. No, 27. 1999 was only 10 years ago. 2017. Could be more. Yeah, I shot that with my DSLR on a Altaz mount, and I was only getting 15-second exposures. So to shoot something like this, get greater detail in a 3-minute exposure than I ever did with my DSLR, and with about over an hour's worth of exposing time. It's pretty damn cool, and especially these little this area of nebulosity. I never captured that before. I can't get enough of that even visually. The photo is a nice treat now and then when I try. And I really would want to get a lot more time on Orion, but trees and houses and just the position of where I can have my scope in the back garden doesn't leave me much time. This is one of those objects where we just try to get as much time as possible. And we also turned the camera live on the Orion Nebula, and we were looking at the core. We were doing some electronic assisted astronomy, and I really need to make a little bit of a highlight on that section of the stream, because that's something we tried for the first time on stream a few weeks ago now. So it's always interesting to see what we can get on there. There's something mystical going on in there. Well, there is star formation happening, which is forming this whole area. Like this bright core, the trapezium, is what is kind of fueling and forming everything that's going on here. Star forming regions are always really nice to look at. Every area is nice to look at, but there's something a little more soft and feathery and just a little more graceful about a stellar nursery. No one to challenge a no sleep competition. You'll win. Yep, I wouldn't even try it. I like naps as well. Your microphone has gone echoey. Possibly, definitely. If you're hearing that, then it is something I have to. I mean, my old microphone wouldn't work tonight. I'm actually using the microphone on my Kinect, because if it has something else is turned off in here as well. I don't hear a hum. My refrigerator is cool enough. Yeah, it's okay. It seems all right for the most part. But yeah, it's also nice not to be worrying about a microphone being clipped on, but at the same time, I just don't. I don't know. I also haven't really played with the audio settings on here for a while, so I need to get that all sorted out. Really going back to cooking dinner before I get in trouble, but yes, one of the reasons I like to set up a Zoom with you this week. We'll whisper you later. Your current mic, you are a bit quiet, but audio is 100%. All right, no worries. Yeah, no, let me know. Shoot me a message, and we can organize things. Yeah, and back to cooking. If you do pop back while you're still cooking, let me know what you're cooking. I'm always interested. Did someone say zoom? Zoom. Like that? See, how close can we get on this thing? And it still look decent. I mean, on my tiny little preview screen on here, it looks pretty cool. You know, I could probably do with a little bit of no, I'm not gonna muck about with filters and things like that and boost up the contrast a little bit on here. But a Zoom Astro party. I mean, I'm not averse to doing something where if we all have like some clear skies lined up, and we set aside like, you know, a couple hours dedicated to doing a virtual star party, and you know, if we have a few telescopes hooked up and we kind of pass around or highlight different images, I'm all for that. You know, I've seen. Well, I watched what Fraser Kane has done on Universe Today with his YouTube channel and having a few people with their scopes available. You know, even, you know, geographically, if other people have other areas of the night sky visible that some don't, then it's, you know, it's always cool to see those live images kind of roll in there. Need to change my monitor to remove the blue light because of that white trapezium. That one. It's this area here that I'm really liking, because again, never captured that in, you know, in any detail. Like, I've kind of almost had that cut off like around here, around this area for some images there. Can you have 3D photos if you take it from different places? I'm hesitant to say no. You can get more almost of a 3D image of the moon. It's closer. You know, because this is being, you know, 1400 light years away. There isn't enough of a great movement that we can do globally to get a different view of it. You know, there isn't enough motion in between us and the target. If you ever get clear skies, you like to party, Astrobeard, I'd love to have you in as well. Like I said before, like, I'm not averse to trying to even to get it sorted. I mean, when Astro Addict and I were doing a co-stream, it was the first time we'd ever tried it, and I think it went okay. You know, logistically, there were some issues because he was talking with YouTube, I was talking with you guys here, and there was also, you know, we were on Discord, so there was, you know, 3 different avenues we were trying to navigate, and you know, I think it'd be, if we can kind of pick one that works out, then it might be a little easier, a little less hectic, so we're all kind of speaking on the same channel there. Yeah, I do like some of the images that some people do with creating the faux 3D, and when they're done right, and it actually looks like you're, you know, there is some depth to the image rather than, you know, you move a little bit and the star has like this giant line of pixels attached to it there. You know, it's always always tough to. Let me see if I can bump up my microphone a little bit there. I do notice though, if sometimes I will redline, and it's not exactly what I want to do to you guys. So yeah, and mentioning about that core, the trapezium, same image, just a shorter exposure of the Orion Nebula, and that's that blown out core that we were just looking at there. And this was, I want to say this is maybe like 1 second, 2 second, maybe even half a second photo, because that just kind of shows how bright this section of the nebula actually is. How easy it is to kind of blow that section there. So it's great for beginners because the overall nebula is so bright. You don't have to put a lot of time to get a nice viewable image of the nebula. But then again, you run the risk of really overexposing the central core, and then that's why you have to you take a series of images. You do your long exposures, you do your short exposures. You're going to combine them as a high dynamic range, which is your HDR imaging, which some phones can do automatically, and astronomy dedicated cameras aren't built to really do that. You kind of gotta navigate your way around these images. At least with the ASI 533, what I've experienced is that even something like the core of the Andromeda galaxy, it's bright with the exposure that we took, but there's still that gradient in between the brightest area and kind of working out towards the outer arms of the galaxy. You can still see that it isn't just pure white at the center. So that is what I like to show as an example is just the ability of some of the cameras and what they're able to, or at least what this one is able to do. I can go back to Andromeda. Bean X, how you doing? Welcome on into the observatory. There's one of the few photobombs at an airplane fly through. One of our images, we were looking at the Rosette Nebula, and again at focal length of 980 millimeters, having an airplane fly through your image is a tiny section of the night sky, and it's at that point it just feels like the plane was doing it on purpose. It was flying through our shot just because it could. Where was that shot of Andromeda that I do like to go back to? Actually, before we go over to Andromeda, the California Nebula, again, one of my favorite areas of the night sky, and a lot of people have done some tremendous work on this. But what's really cool about this is that there is a galaxy behind this nebula. Bean, hey, I was just about to go to bed, but your stream got recommended to me. I'm a beginning astrophotographer from the Netherlands. Well, welcome on in. Glad to have you in with us tonight. I have been doing astrophotography for about 4 years now, and probably running on 4.5, 5 at this point. And yeah, we like to share these images of the night sky. Glad you came on in with us. And what we're looking at right now is a very zoomed in area of the California Nebula. But again, what I do enjoy about this target is that this point here, about 210 million light years away, is another galaxy, kind of hidden well beyond this target. That's what I like about doing astrophotography, is not just the main object of affection that you have centered in your frame, but it's all these extra little peripherals, all these hidden galaxies, and even the more diffuse nebulae within another target is always interesting to see. And that's what I like to capture. And this was a 16-minute exposure of the California Nebula that we took. just to be able to get that that detail. This is just a small portion of the California Nebula as well, because that extends much farther in all directions from this photo. Found one of my earliest images with a 10-second exposure on a 10-inch Dob on the Horsehead. Drop in Discord. Alright, cool. We'll check that out in a second there. Yeah, that plane making a cameo appearance in there. Pretty sure everybody pointing and laughing as they plow through our image there. But yeah, what we like to do, we take images of the night sky. Unfortunately, tonight it is cloudy, and really the weather doesn't look to be too favorable for us. I do use a reflector. We have an 8-inch Ritchie Chrétien telescope, also kind of known as a TPO 8-inch or a GSO. But it is currently gone to bed for now, and I think the weather isn't looking as favorable as I would have hoped. There was possibly going to be a clear night on Wednesday for me, and okay, it's back to being clear on Wednesday. So that is a, there you go, that's not too bad. So if Wednesday holds up, if Wednesday holds up, and that is a big if, we'll do some live imaging, because catch up on sleep another day. That's fine. And especially if the clear skies are going to start earlier in the evening, and that way, if we do start earlier, I am in the east of England. It's you got my local time right up there. We're about approaching Sunday in about 6 minutes. But yeah, we'll if we can, we'll do some imaging there. I've literally had only one clear night since I had my kit. We've had maybe 6 in the past 2 months, which is difficult, especially with that being the main focus of what I'm doing on this channel. So, kind of lamenting about how much we hate clouds, which we do fairly often on here. It's also nice to have a fair collection of, seems kind of a weird angle, a fair collection of images available that we can kind of look back on there. Earlier, someone in the chat mentioned a heat map. Can you talk anything about that? I don't know what that is. The heat map is it should be an interactive element on Twitch. And if you're on a web browser, it should show up as a option to kind of point and click on certain areas of the screen. And I should get feedback of that on here and see where you guys are pointing. So something like that would be beneficial. If we're looking at the California Nebula, and say somebody has a question about, or how far away is this star, or how far away is this one, instead of saying, trying to point out, where is that star that's just kind of up from the middle but over to the left, and it's this one? No, that one? No. At least you guys can point on that, and it should give feedback to me showing where you're hitting on, and that way we can talk about that area if you see something that I may not be explaining or just pointing out to you guys. So that is what that whole heat map is supposed to do. It's either going to put a little pointer on there, or kind of generate a heat map so that it's actually kind of building up that how much you guys are hitting on there. So that is definitely an interactive element that I want to add on here, because there's a lot in an image, and it's like if there's any questions about it, it's just to what is this darker area, why is that darker and why is that brighter? And that's more because a lot of that is going to be in shadow, and that's just what's being illuminated by the, it's not this star, there's another star out there. Which is Menkib, or Menkib. That star is kind of illuminating part of the California Nebula, which is out of the shot on this one there. But yeah, something like that. That's it's not often that you can really interact with the stream as a whole. For the most part, we have channel points to offer up that you guys can kind of play with that are just kind of peripherals to the channel. There's not that direct kind of element there. You dropped that on Discord. That was you said this was your first image. Apologies. There have been some more images posted on here on Discord. Guys, sorry for missing that. Did not mean to. Seems like a logical tool to incorporate. I'm hopeful we can get that sorted out for the next stream. I'll speak with another streamer, Astrophotography. He is out in Turkey. He's a Turkish streamer who does astronomy as well. So as okay, we'll get down to your first look at the through a daub. Wouldn't you like to live in the country with a dark sky? Always. Always. Sergio, how you doing tonight? Good to see you on in here. So there's an Ed Holt with your latest image. Hope you guys like it. You're so modest. Dude, that's awesome. So there you go. That's much longer exposure, but he's done a fantastic job of keeping that core of Orion, in check with everything else there, so it's not blown out. And you get a lot of that's tremendous. And you just see that that swooping motion, that kind of hollowed out area of the Orion Nebula. That these stars in the center area has kind of carved out this cloud of gas and dust within interstellar space. Within a foot with a brand new toy. I like the look of the William Optics telescopes. I understand the price of the William Optics telescopes, because they do produce some tremendous images. I mean, I would like if there you go, Lux. It doesn't have to be dark, just clear. That's true. To have some great seeing, that'd be fantastic. For visually, for just doing some visual observation, dark sky would be fantastic to have. Yes, we were talking about M51, the Whirlpool Galaxy, earlier on tonight, and kind of showing our images there. But that's cool. I guess that's the difference between a C8 and an Eastbury 120. Because the refractors are they're just going to give you a sharper kind of view. And even kind of picking up those extra galaxies, beyond the Whirlpool Galaxy. That's always cool. That's a nice shot of the Sol Nebula as well. Delete the VOD, that's it. Emails abound. Billy Galaxy Art, how you doing tonight? Good to see you on in here. There you go. So there you go. Your first image of the Horsehead Nebula through a 10-inch Dob with a mobile phone. So nothing. Don't know what you're talking about. Nobody knows. Okay, that is, you know, to also illustrate why a lot of people do recommend you get a Dobsonian to start off with, is because these telescopes, they're nicknamed light buckets, and this was just a quick snap that you got through the eyepiece, right? So they're gathering the light, a lot more light, a lot quicker than other telescopes. The only drawback to having a Dobsonian is that you definitely need to have a bit of storage space, because they are quite cumbersome. But at the same time, they're just easy to quickly move around. It's not there really isn't, you're not going to get a go-to mount on a manual Dobsonian or like a large Dob, but it's just really great to kind of quickly tour around the night sky, and you get some great views out of there. And yeah, to have a quick shot like this and starting to see details, that is tremendous. So yeah, the guy that owned the Dob is just visual. I only had a phone with me because my rig was shooting something else. So there you go. That's kind of how I started off as well, with just kind of having my phone up to the eyepiece and taking a shot of the moon. And from right at that point, I was hooked. So it doesn't take a lot to get you hooked on astrophotography. It's trying to it's your wallet allowing you to keep you there sometimes. Or just how many kidneys you have available to sell that are gonna allow you to kind of dive a little deeper into the hobby there. But at the same time, it's not always necessary to spend large amounts of money on astrophotography, and I recommend a coma corrector. That's it. Yeah, it's not necessary to spend massive amounts of money on astrophotography. If your phone has a pro setting on there, and you can put it up to the longest exposure length, and if you have a timer to kind of offset any movement, and you can take a really, really wide shot of the night sky, and you start there. I've used my phone when I'm just kind of if I'm imaging during a meteor shower, I'll just kind of set the phone up, put the timer to a 5-second timer, so when I hit the shutter, it has that enough time to kind of stop any vibrations that are going on, and it'll take like a 30-second exposure of the night sky. And sometimes they'll catch a meteor kind of coming through the shot there. Other times it's just a nice, wide field Milky Way shot. Just to be able to start imaging with the night sky. It's as simple as the phone that you have in your pocket. Most people are going to have a DSLR kind of kicking around because at some point somebody was interested in photography, and then they kind of, if they got out of it, that phone is sitting there, and that is a perfect thing to start off with a tripod, doing a wide field shot with a larger sensor. The sensors in our phone are really tiny. You're not always going to get you get a good shot out of there. The phones right now, they have like better cameras than so many other cameras before it. It's also, if you have a larger sensor, then you're going to get some better details in there. But yeah, to start off with your mobile phone, it's a great start to work with. And yeah, as I said, if you have a DSLR kicking around, then yeah, there's more options of what you can do with the night sky. I also might try full frame in the summer. I would like to image with the full frame camera as well, just take advantage of that real estate. You know, the largest sensor I've used is on this camera, a 4/3 an APS-C. So it's, you know, having that real estate available. So even if you want to crop in your image, you're not really losing much detail. So that's what I'd like about the telescope they're using right now is, you know, what we're seeing with the California nebula there. We're zoomed in really, really close to that nebula, which is often more a better target, you know, visually at a shorter focal length, so you can capture all that area of nebulosity and the surrounding area. But also with certain targets, when you get to zoom in on them, there's so much more to see. Pardon me. You know, like I think we're close to that image of Andromeda that I always like to go back to, because that is a really cool. Actually, this is a bit of a fun one that we imaged. My aunt has some new Pentax that is full frame, so I'll steal it for Milky Way season. Yeah, why not? Yeah, go for it. The 37 cluster, one of the few objects in the night sky that resembles exactly what it's called. And the orientation of this originally was, I did turn it around a little bit, but you know, we have you have your 3 and the 7, where these stars kind of nicely align to make a proper representation of its namesake. You switch to mobile, no worries, all good, relaxing, chilling, getting away from the big screens there. Yes, stopping at the 37 cluster on our way to Andromeda, just to illustrate. We were talking about how the core of Orion gets blown out. So the Fishhead Nebula is always, again, that's part of the Heart Nebula, which is, like I said, this is our heart emote as well. It's kind of that tip part of it. Or yes, if we're all 15 years old, is the PP Nebula, which does resemble, you know, a bit of a phallic nature. Where a select few of us have been maybe flagged on Instagram for posting the Heart Nebula, you know. It happens, apparently. The Andromeda Galaxy, not the core of the galaxy, but we're looking at one of its satellite galaxies here. You know, and again, just capturing those kind of often overlooked areas. Well, it's in the frame of the shot. It's never always the object of affection, but I did want to focus on this dwarf galaxy, you know, just to highlight not only just this area of the galaxy, but also you get these little tiny. Oh, come on, show the people. There we go. These little pink and red bits, those are nebulae, just like we have our Orion Nebula and, you know, the Heart Nebula and the Soul Nebula. These are all the different nebulae within Andromeda's galaxy. So the filter that we were using was better suited to capturing emission nebulae like this. If we were using a broadband filter, these wouldn't show up as dominantly in the image there. We would have more of the stars kind of shining through than these areas of nebulosity with the Andromeda galaxy. So at 2.5 million light years away, we're seeing some really, really interesting areas of star formation within Andromeda. It's not as active as its neighbor, the Triangulum galaxy, or M33, which we have shot as well, which I may have passed by. There's our Bubble Nebula, Wizard Nebula, quick tour of the galaxy. There we go. This is the neighbor to Andromeda, the Triangulum galaxy, M33, and you can see that there is a lot more areas of that pink and red around the galaxy, and those are those star forming regions. So M33 is a very active galaxy, and the whole thing fits. The mass majority of this galaxy fits within our frame and our sensor, and it's a smaller companion to Andromeda, but it is a much more active galaxy, and the M33 and M31 Andromeda galaxy, those two are gravitationally bound along with us, and as always, the grim fate of the three galaxies is that they will merge in a few billion years and just combine into a new galaxy. So I said before, mark it down on your iCal or your Google Calendar to make sure you don't miss that connection of galaxies. Pico Nico, how are you? How are you doing tonight? Good to see you down in here. Oh, my cozy bed sheets spoil me. Are they satin, silk, Egyptian cotton? Is it an actual lamb? Do you have little lambs in your bed? I went to enjoy sophisticated drinks and gentlemen's billiard. It must be nice. Did you enjoy your evening? Was it absolutely splendid? I don't know why I'm speaking like this. Maybe because it's gentlemen's billiards and it's sophisticated drinks. Not sure. 100% cotton, but they smell like a dream. What kind of dream? I have a question. Why do all linens smell the same out of storage? Seriously. Like, I've been around the world, and every time there's a stored linen taken out of a closet, they all have that same scent. Why? I got trash at the pizza place. I asked about the complimentary salad, if this is hummus, and they said they don't know. And they said, I don't know. Well, that's no good. Harbstrom. Hey, bruv. Thanks for burning the midnight oil to share the night sky again. Hey, welcome on in. The family has all been in tonight. It's the closet, not the clothes, so why do all closets smell the same? KK Ruben, welcome on into the observatory. Thank you very much for coming on in with us tonight. We are lamenting about how much we hate clouds. So we are under heavy clouds with the threat of snow in the east of England. So we will we'll deal with it as it comes. But yeah, right now we are looking at at the Triangulum Galaxy over there. That's one of our earlier shots from the year. Just kind of highlighting how much I at least love seeing nebulae, seeing different nebula within another galaxy, millions of light years away. What did a closet smell like? Asked the wood, not the closet. But is it possible? How is it that every closet has that same scent from the linen? Is it just the linen that emits that scent? You know what we're talking about, right? Clean, fresh linen out of the closet. How do we all get them to smell the same all over the world? These are the questions that need to be answered. We need answers. Yours smells stale. I bet you there's still that hint, that scent of... It's got to be just linen. It has to be like that smell of linen. The catalytic reaction of linen and wood. One of the great... Well, I'd say it's a great mystery, but it probably like a few minutes of proper research probably would yield the answer. But sometimes it's fun just to question things like that. I only have like 2 items of clothing I wear, so stale closet or not, I'm sure I smell great. It's all good. I smell like a little bit of Calvin Klein obsession. Magellan, do you do horoscopes? No. Sorry. Of course, the neighbors have the white LED on, 1 a.m. shining in my room. Of course they do. They know. Also, my neighbors. The light's back on. We witnessed it go off. We may have missed it come on, but it's back on. For who knows how long. He's under a secret. Quick, calling black helicopters. No. 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 Get to the chopper. Ark, how you doing tonight? How are you? Good to see you on in here. Yeah, so there are no horoscopes, no astrology. Like I said before, astrology has long parted from the realm of astronomy. You know, the stories went one way and science has gone another way. We are looking at some of our older images that we've shot in the past. Fine, just lurking, no worries. Happy to see you on in here. I said before, if you guys are lurking, that is totally cool. If you guys are, given the business, that is fine as well. But yeah, happy to have you guys along in for the ride tonight. And like I said, it's a bit of a bummer that the clouds have rolled in. What can you do? We can complain about it. Also, there has been, if some of you have noticed that there have been a few changes. Visually, we have upgraded to 1080p for the most part. 60 frames per second on some areas. See if I move over here for a second. It's a little smoother, little nicer, and also just a calamity of windows over here. But yes, more changes to come, more refinement of the channel, which will it'll happen over the next couple of weeks. But it is a step in the right direction of where I want things to go, how I want to present this to you guys, and just keep it interesting as well, so it's not as dry. I know some people can have a bit of a bland kind of presentation sometimes on Twitch, but we will keep it interesting and entertaining. Fish and Chips, glad to have you along as well. Good to see you on in here. What happens if I fall asleep while the stream is on? Well, then we will whisper sweet nothings into your ear. and you will gently drift off. And you'll slowly fall to sleep with the images of cabbages serving you frozen yogurt. Because why would you dream of tuna fish salad romping through the daisy fields? Or maybe you just dream of hamburgers. I don't know what you dream of. King's Blue Line. Like Luke Robitaille? Marty McSorley? What telescope camera setup are you using? I am using a 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien telescope with a ZWO ASI 533. And if the skies were clear, we would see it proudly on display. However, it's kind of quietly tucked away underneath the tarp. But when we have clear skies, it is out in full force. We are sucking up all the photons, hoarding all the photons from outer space, and delivering them to you guys here on the screen. Yeah, welcome on in. Good to see you on in here. Setup. No, that there's a different. What is the command for that? That would be kit. There we go. Yes, not Luke, but I do know him. Interesting. Very, very cool. Well, good to have you on board here tonight. Like I said, we're complaining about the clouds, lamenting about how much we hate them, but we are looking at some previous images that we've had on display here, and this is Bode's Nebula, which is a galaxy near the constellation of Ursa Major, about 12 million light years away. Oh, pardon me. If I don't chat, it means I'm sleeping. Alright, I'm sure I could turn up the volume and shout it out and make sure if there's anything cool happening, like the neighbors turning off the light again. That'd be really fun. It's a nebula, eh? It was. It was classified as one. Retro Angelus. Wow, what is million light years away? This galaxy we're looking at right now. This is M82. God, where's my... Oh, I don't have my notes with me. Him and his wife are super nice people. That's really, really cool. Well, he was one of my favorite players. The Los Angeles Kings were one of my favorite teams. Still are. Always enjoy watching them. 8 hours more of the stream so I can wake up and be back. Who knows where we'll end up in 8 hours. Well, we've seen it happen before when we have clear skies. Alright, let me get this galaxy. Bode's Nebula, which was named that because when it was discovered, this was before the advent of telescopes. So it was this, this fuzzy kind of patch in the sky without being able to distinguish itself to being another island of stars. A lot of the fuzzy objects in the night sky were given the designation as a nebula, which is what we now know these all as galaxies, which is M81. There you go, not M82. All right, Lux, have a very good evening, very good snooze. We'll catch you on the next one. If not on this stream, we'll maybe see you in Putsy's stream or somewhere else on the interwebs. Have a very, very good evening. Retro, I don't understand any of this stuff. I mean, if there's anything like a little further clarification on, always happy to offer up any kind of little bit of insight that might make it a little more accessible if need be. But also, when I look up at the night sky sometimes and try to imagine the absolutely ridiculous distances of these objects, it does regularly blow my mind. And I try not to think about it too much and just accept that, 12 million light years is pretty damn far away. And, we're not going to get there anytime soon. Pico, the hummus tasted spoiled, yet I ate it all. Pray for me. Well, I will, not so much at you, but maybe the toilet. So, hopefully that hummus was alright in the end. Not as great as watching them right now in a rebuild mode, but Luke is president of the team. Well, there we go. With someone, I always like when the players have the history with the team, or the presidents or the coaches have history with the team. It's just that little bit of a sense of pride that's attached to everything that they do, and you know that it's more than just they're okay, yes, paycheck aside, but it's just that connection with the team, in the city. Always enjoy seeing that. There you go. You don't need X-Lax. You just need spoiled hummus. That's all. Luke is the Kings. Yeah, I don't know. It's him, Gretzky, Marty McSorley. Back in the late '90s. I loved watching the Kings games as often as possible. Right. So what we're looking at right now is it's not a star. We're looking at Uranus at the moment. It's not often that we would image planets on the stream, but be able to. What I really want to be able to capture is, yes, we have the planet, but it is the moons around it, the moons of Uranus, that we're able to capture at this point. There, this was when was this one? This is a couple months ago now. And yes, the Uranus jokes were rampant during the stream, which is fine. Everybody likes to see Uranus. I got a Celestron Nexstar 5 SC and just bought a cheap CCD camera for it, but haven't tried shooting anything yet. As soon as you start shooting with it, it just changes the way you kind of you look at a lot of things out there. So hopefully that's you get some clear skies. You weren't working with any filters, or is it just just kind of working the night sky a little bareback at the moment? Mr. Richard, good to see you in here. Pretty close. Well, it's we're hoping, really hoping. There's still no final date yet. But as soon as I have kind of a little bit of a warning for you guys, if there is going to be a bit of a hiatus with things. Although now that I do have 2 options to be streaming with, hopefully that downtime will be very minimal. The setup will be different for a bit. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I will keep you guys posted when things are going to be kind of moving. All right, no pun intended there. When things will be moving, when I'll be moving. And I anticipate that I'll have at least a 3 to 4 week warning, hopefully. King's Blue Line is a reference to Rob Stauber. I dig it. I dig it. That's cool. Uranus looks nice. You got Joshua Tree, only 45 minutes away. That's an awesome dark sky location. I've heard many great things about imaging from the from Joshua Tree. You know, listening to Dustin Gibson out at OPT telescopes there in California, just how much, you know, how little cloud coverage they always get there. Hey, King's Blue Line, thank you very much for joining on into the observatory. Welcome on in. Welcome on into our community. Appreciate that. Mr. Richard, you got clear skies tonight and going down to minus 33. I imagine at what point is a scope point to kind of freeze up there? Is it going to work in that low of a temperature? I always like, at least at this point now, when I go out and the camera is already registering just a little bit below zero, so there's very little cooling, very little effort that I got to put the cooler through, you know, to be able to start utilizing that cooling mechanism. There we are. That's what I wanted. Why were you hiding? Again. It's a hard no. Fair enough. Wouldn't want to be sitting out there that long anyway. Minus 33. So yeah, what I wanted to go back, those who are in a dark room, fair warning of the little bit of a brightness that is going to come up here, because I just want to show you guys a bit of the how the camera deals with the grading, with that color. I suppose close as we can get in there. That there isn't a really wide area of just kind of overexposed, that core being overexposed there with the ASI 533. Because we're using a narrowband filter, there wasn't a lot of light getting through. So that's just a nice gradient right from the core out towards the edges of the galaxy, and just being able to, you know, not have to worry too much about making a bit of a high dynamic range. You can see the stars are a tiny bit elongated. This was a 16-minute exposure. I wasn't expecting everything to be perfect. We don't always, push it that hard. But in an effort to try and get a really cool image of the Andromeda Galaxy, you know, we'll go for it. Why not? You know, we did win for, there was a 33-minute exposure of the Triangulum Galaxy a little ways back there. And overall, it was fantastic. A little blurry-ish, but, you know, we pushed things as hard as we could on here to try and get a cool image to come through. And overall, yeah, I was happy with it. Here in Palm Springs, we have 350 days of sunshine, but it's pretty much getting too much light pollution out here compared to 20 years ago when I moved here from LA. And it's just that expansion. You know, also 350 days of sunshine. We get about 450 days of clouds in the UK. But I know, yeah, it is getting tougher because a lot of people, you kind of moved out to a certain, you figure you're far enough away from the city, but, you know, just that urban sprawl, it gets to you. So, which is why, you know, when we're shooting, I'm in, my area is kind of midway in the Bortle scale for light pollution. And even then, it feels like it could be a little higher in some instances. But we try to combat that with our narrowband filters. And I know it's a lot more beneficial to shoot in monochrome and really use those narrowband filters to purpose, and try to get as much detail in your images as much as possible. I don't always have that luxury of having 350 days of sunshine. So I opt for the color camera and try to get as many cool images as possible in a night. Okay, where was that? I gotta find that shot of this one here, of the Triangulum Galaxy. This is a 33-minute exposure, a single shot. You can see, yes, there's quite a bit of elongation in the stars, but again, it was the whole purpose of this was to try to get as much of these areas of nebulosity to be highlighted among all the billions of stars within this galaxy itself, to show these active star-forming regions in this smaller galaxy compared to Andromeda. Both of them are about 2.5 million light years away, whereas Andromeda doesn't fit in a single frame that we shoot with, but Triangulum, it fits a lot better. It's a much smaller galaxy and much more active than Andromeda. You can just see it, like all these areas of pink, all these pink splotches, those are star-forming regions, like the Orion Nebula in our galaxy. There you go. The 350 days of sunshine is the draw, but in summertime it can get to 125 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, fair enough, I'll give you that. You can sweat it out here, and I won't complain about it being, what are we at? 3 degrees Celsius at the moment. So what's that, about 35 degrees Celsius? I don't know. I'm terrible with conversions without a... What's 3 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? Look at the bottom of this.
3 degrees Celsius is 37.4 degrees Fahrenheit.
That was close. Wasn't too bad. Wasn't too far off there. But yeah, I do often hear about people in California, when you aren't dealing with wildfires, unfortunately. When you do have clear skies, you do have long stretches of wonderfully clear skies. So what are the red marks? Those are nebulae, much like the Orion Nebula that we've shot earlier. So these are all star-forming regions within this galaxy. There you go. Yeah, Ma, you still measure in Fahrenheit. Yeah, so every little bit of red, pinkish area, those are all sections where new stars are being born. Whereas all these wispy kind of looking areas, those are all existing stars. We have the core of the galaxy here. But again, it's this can I rotate it? There we go. I can. This is much easier. Now, this is a intergalactic space toad. It exists here on Earth. Again, thank you very much for tuning in. Glad you stopped by with us tonight. Always good to see you in here. Always good to see all you guys in here. It's great to see you guys hanging out. Like I said before, even if you're just lurking, appreciate it very much. You just want to be able to listen to something that might even catch your ear, something interesting about space. Whether we're talking about the the intergalactic alien space toad, or our nearest intergalactic neighbor, which is on a collision course with us. 2 galaxies colliding, 3 galaxies colliding. Or how we're going to have our pole stars change positions. That Polaris won't be the pole star in about 12,000 years. It'll be 12,000 years? 120,000 years? Many thousand years. That Vega will be our pole star. We can run the simulations forward in Stellarium. I can try. I might crash it though. All sorts of little interesting tidbits are going to catch your attention. Like I said, or even the Penis Nebula or the Heart Nebula. Ignore that bit. There is the Heart. Heart Nebula is also our latest emote as well on the channel, which was wonderfully reached in a very short amount of time. That is our 5th and final emote as we briefly edge towards our road to partner, which is a goal for the end of the year, at least to be in a position to shoot for it. It is a long, hard road to get there. They don't stack. Well, it's a goal that I would like to reach, and I know that it has been done. It could be done, and it's going to take a fair amount of effort. I'm all for it because this is what I love to do. I love to share the night sky with you guys and talk about astronomy, talk about astrophotography, talk about the Los Angeles Kings, and talk about spoiled hummus and weird dreams that we have every now and then. So. We never know exactly what kind of topic crops up on here, and whether or not the stream is running great, or if it's a little scuffed. It's what happens. It's dynamic. It's not always going to be the straightforward script of what we're doing here. The software I use to capture the images, I use a ZWO ASI Air. And I use BlueStacks to control it from my computer. Unfortunately, BlueStacks isn't jiving with everything at the moment, so it's not running right now. Also, clouds. But yeah, that's what I use to capture the images there. So I'm nice and warm in the house as much as possible. If I don't turn my heater on, it's kind of chilly. And it's worked out really well so far. I think I can get this sorted out to kind of eliminate the blue screen of death that I've been getting tonight. And so that's why I've kind of opted out of just kind of looking over some older images and not running through the ASI Air software. So, and all these shots we have, these are our 10-minute exposures of different areas of the night sky. As interesting as possible, as interesting as we can get. So, yeah, Stellarium, I just use that to kind of highlight the different areas that we're looking at, or if, we're kind of framing an object. I've just reinstalled Stellarium, so I haven't got my framing sorted out at the moment there, but we'll get that sorted out in the coming weeks. I'll get this stream up to a level of where I wanted it to be, where I felt it was just before the technical upgrade. I think there's a couple steps backwards, but I think we're gonna get that sorted out. That'll be fine. Like, also, I'll get the mic sorted out as well, so I'm not so hollow, so I'm a little closer to the mics. It's up here right now. Also, I'm had to adjust the audio because some cues weren't showing up, and the audio isn't exactly where it should be at the moment. But we'll get that sorted as well. I may have to talk with tech support now. Right now, tech support might be sleeping or close to sleeping. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at with things, and hopefully, I'm glad also if those who have been hanging around, those who've been on the channel for a while, and have noticed that there haven't been any internet cutouts at all. We haven't had any buffering going on. Actually, I'm paying attention to the stream on another computer at the moment, and everything has been running really well and on time, and there isn't any real lag. I'm happy with that. So that is ultimately there was something up with the other computer. That seems to be sorted out now. Hopefully everything is going to maintain a proper working order, and we'll have a lot more fun, and everything will run a lot smoother. So we can enjoy anything dynamic that comes up without having to be interrupted by any kind of problems with the technology. So I'm liking where we're at. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed things. Hopefully you are enjoying things. I'm glad to have you guys in here with us tonight. I want to thank Diatom's Attack for the raid. Also want to thank Putzi as well for the raid, for the Putzi fam coming in. You guys have been absolutely tremendous. We're going to... Yeah, still here, dude. Woo! Glad to have you on in here, Putzi. Good to see you on in tonight. We are going to... Let's see who we have available to raid. And also what is cool is I have Firefox open right now, and nothing is going crazy with everything. Let's see, who do we have?
Let's give him a warm welcome because his whole career depends on this next important message. Well, I've been thinking...
The Big Zinc. We are good. I'm going to switch that up as well. That'll be another little change. I got some other ideas for what we can do for a mic check as well. Swap that out a little bit there. Let's see, let us go to... Boy. Alright, here's a... Let's go with... There we go. Casper was introduced to me by Mojo Jojo. Let's go over to a gaming channel tonight. Let's chill out. Let's relax. So I'll send you guys over to Casper. There you go. That is raid 1 for... I thought I changed that up there. Oops. Or raid 2 for the non-subscribers to the channel. If you guys want to copy that on there, we're going to send you guys over to Casper, but for... Let me make sure I get that right. CASPYR1. We'll send you guys over there. I want to thank you very much for tuning in, for the craziness that has kind of gone on with the channel, and also discovering what what is up with the channel at the moment. There's growing pains, kind of a couple of steps backwards, moving over to different systems. Hyperwork, how you doing? Good to see you on in here. CASPYR1. There you go. We'll get that rolling. Good to see you on in here. Hope you guys have some clear skies. If you got a chance to look up at the night sky, do so. Always. And if you have any questions, please ask them. Drop them in the Discord. Drop them on Twitter, Instagram, wherever. Always happy to answer a question. And it gives me a chance to research something further. So yes, thank you guys once again for those who have resubscribed, those who have lurked, those who have donated bits, those who have been chatting, those who have rated. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Tremendous. Love seeing you guys in here so much. Send the love over to Casper. We will see you guys possibly tomorrow afternoon. I'll throw a notification on Discord or on Twitter. And yeah, hopefully we've got a couple more things sorted out. And yeah, we'll have some fun. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed yourselves tonight. I have as well. Have a very good evening. I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening. Mecromart, have a very, very good evening. Take care, and we will see you guys very soon. Have a good night.
It's like a rate of 30. We need to go, SpongeBob.
Yeah, you got it's. I keep trying to configure the caps thing so it allows a little bit, but it's a pain.